was going to wait 2 minutes to start. I was going to wait 2 minutes to start, and then I realized I'm impatient. Oop. You guys don't want to see my Spotify. Halloween Vibes Indie? Nice, Spotify. Good job, Spotify. Anyway. We're gonna do a variety stream. I'm streaming really early, so. Aren't you guys, some of you guys, very lucky? So I'm gonna be doing some art for a little bit, and then I don't know, I might play some Human Fall Flat, but feeling very artistic today. This is gonna be a timed stream. I don't think I've ever done that before. We're only gonna stream a certain amount of time. That's what a time stream is. Trying to put my glove on here. Anyway. Welcome. Just welcome. Oh! Can you guys hear my alarm? I guess you can't hear my alarm. That's my alarm to start streaming. Why is there so much? What is that on my phone? Okay. There's a lot of fuzzies on my phone. That was really weird. Okay, anyway. I'm distracted. I had my caffeine already this morning. Why is there a lot of fuzzies on my tablet? Dude, I was just drawing on here the other day. Fuzzies. Okay. Anyway, great. Now my glove's covered in it. So, as you can see, I have already done this reference image. I have already done a beagle. Oh, the pixelation really gets me every time. But sometimes I like to look back at my old stuff. I combined a lot of these layers, so this is don't look at the pixelation. Anyway, do I have a recent one that I just did? Yes. We'll compare it to the Husky. So this is something I did recently. This one's smaller. This one's smaller. First off, so we can't really compare it to that, but we're going to. So this is like some of my newer stuff. You guys may not notice a difference. I 100% notice a difference. I actually have a wall of some of my original portraits, and there's a difference. But anyway, on this one, I used to do a really, really thick outline, a black outline, and then I used to do a similar white outline. These were I originally turned these into stickers. This Husky probably is a little too big to be a sticker, to be honest. It would be a bigger sticker. I could scale it down, but it's a shame because you can't see me like pointing at my tablet, pointing at my drawing tablet. So this one was pretty good. I think this is one of my first ones. So what I would do back in the day would be I would separate this into like 5 million layers and go by colors. Like, so the white was probably all one layer, the black was probably all one layer, the tan was all one layer. I have merged them now to make the file size maybe smaller, potentially. Nowadays, I just do all my colors in one layer. So I don't do as thick of the black outline. I still do the white outline. Yeah. So, big difference here. It may not look like it, but big difference. Ignoring the frickin' pixelation of this one, I have since learned what resolution is. Anyway, so we're taking a step back to this. This was the reference image for this one. So we're taking a step back to this because I kind of want to experiment. We're going to finish my profile banner today, hopefully. Hopefully, maybe. But I also want to experiment with this. I just feel very artistic today, so we're going to do some artistic stuff. And then maybe like towards the end of stream, I'll give an hour or two for maybe like 2 hours if we're going to do human fall flat. So I got maybe 2 hours doing this. We'll see. We'll see how much energy I have. I am chugging my energy drink as we speak, so. It's also early in the day. And I have more energy, so that's what we're gonna go with. All right, anyway. Okay, can't draw with my pen upside down. So we're going to do some mild experimentation. I gotta put my footrest. Otherwise I'm gonna be doing stuff with my feet. Gonna be knocking stuff over. There we go. Alright. Anyway. That's not too bad. Make sure my tablet is close enough. Oh my goodness. No room on my desk. Beautiful. Beautiful. I've been feeling very artistic lately, so I don't know what it is, but I kind of want to like come up with some new ideas, some new stuff. Maybe things I could sell in an Etsy store. Anyway, are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? So, where'd it go? Where'd it freaking go? I'm gluing it back on. You guys can't see that from here, but my thumbnail broke off. My very expensive thumbnail broke off. I had super glued it, and that lasted for like 2 days. God damn, now I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna have to fix that myself. It's gonna make me angry. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna find this thumbnail somewhere. I do not want to have to I found it. Oh, I thank you. It's a very cute doggy. Doggy. It's a very cute doggy. Sorry, I broke off a piece of my thumbnail. I had to go find it. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Welcome. I was just talking about what I was doing this stream. If you literally just joined a couple of seconds ago. What? Welcome to my stream. I'm an artist. I am indeed an artist. I do. Am I okay? I'm an artist. Sorry, I was. I'm really distracted. I broke my thumbnail. So I am indeed an artist. This is the portrait I did of. So I'm going over some of my art that I did a long time ago. Would it tell me like when this one was created? Because I'm curious to see when I. Can I look on here, see when it was created? I don't know. Yes, so this is one of my original pet portraits. It had to have been at least a year old. This is at least a year old. And this is one I just did last week. So I was like comparing like the stuff I did. Oh! Somebody who knows what they're talking about? Oh my goodness. This is exciting. Okay. I know what you're talking about. I could probably go in here and look at it. Wow. Okay. I was wrong. I was so wrong. This one was done 2 years ago. Tuesday, March 21st, 2023. Holy 2 years. I was thinking it was only a year old. I used to do these pet portraits pretty heavily, like 2 years ago. I think this is one of my first ones though. And then I like took a break for a while Time is a soup. Wow. I've never heard a truer statement in my life. Thank you. And then, so I was like comparing. This one's a little bigger than my usual size stuff, but yeah, anyway. So I was going back to this one. I was going to try some different techniques maybe with this one. I wanted to see if I could get, so like this is like my typical style here. I equate it to like oh, he looks very regal. Yeah, he does. It's a nice composition for him. It's a nice composition for him. So this is like very, I make fun of my art style all the time and say it's very GTA art style. It looks just like, for me, it just looks like something out of GTA. I don't know why. But, so I was going to experiment with art styles for a little bit. And then, this is what I was working on. This is going to be my new channel banner. DTA? Oh, GTA, sorry. Did I say DTA? GTA. Grand Theft Auto. I play video games on this channel too. So, not GTA though, but it's just what it reminds me of. See, it's so funny because I'm so used to drawing in my style that I haven't like looked at any of these other frickin' paintbrushes. Like I literally use like 2 brushes. So I didn't think it was gonna hurt to I want him up here too. So I didn't think it would hurt to experiment around. I think I'm going to end up doing line art. I didn't want to do line art first. I kind of wanted to put color in first, but some of my technique I could just not get rid of. Some of it's ingrained in the back of my head. Okay. Is he like... He's pretty small. He's just a baby. He's just a baby. No wonder his last portrait came out grainy. It's because his resolution is so small. Lasso tool or inks. It might drive you insane to watch me draw like in this style because I don't use lasso at all, and it would save me a lot of time if I did. I like hand color everything in, if that makes sense. But I've talked before about how like it's really cool that people do people use people use lasso so much. It's just so efficient. Question is, do I want to do this guy because his resolution's so low? Let's and I honestly don't think he'll get to be a higher resolution. So let's see how high of a resolution the husky is. Maybe I'll just redo the husky. He's a decent resolution, so he would probably look fine. Oh, you like seeing different styles? I do too. I watched one artist, I'm ignoring you for right now. I watched one artist draw for like a couple months, and I just like adopted his style. I was like, ooh, this is awesome. Hi. Hi. Can't even hear me anyway. So like I adopted his style. I modified it a little bit to make it my own, but I definitely adopted his style. And he does a lot of like GTA art. So like that made a lot of sense as to why I consider my stuff to look like GTA. I don't know, that's the thing. Oh, that's right. He wasn't a high quality. This is nice. This is nice. You know what? I gotta start somewhere, so we're gonna use him. Actually, I'm gonna do some maybe. I'm trying to be sneaky. I could be sneaky. Okay. We're gonna be sneaky. I don't need to save him. I'm gonna take that out too. I may want this back in here. There we go. I'm just gonna steal my line art from this. When I finally welcome Fish, by the way. I think I welcomed you. But I usually stream like at like 6 p.m. I usually stream at like 6 p.m. Sundays. And then usually 2 days during the week. It's usually a Tuesday and a Friday, or a Wednesday and a Friday. Something like that. But so this is very early for me. I usually don't get this early because this is actually my day off. Usually when I work until like 4:30. So it's just ironic that I'm streaming early. And Kind's at work. Kind has always wanted an early stream. Anyway, I'll see you then, Kind. I plan on being here for another like 3 hours. So I just started. Anyway, I'm distracted. My thumb, I just got them done last week, and I can go and get them done again. I go and get them to fix this thing. Pay for that. Probably couldn't go until tomorrow. Oh, it's gonna irritate me. Okay. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh, first of all, I have to like get the angle right down on here because Yep. I'll see you later, Kind. Anyway. So Fish, do you do art? I imagine you do art then? What kind of art do you do? I'm curious. I'm always like looking for and do you stream? The other big question is, do you stream? Because I'm always looking for art inspiration. See, now that I have the line art in, I can do what I want. Ooh. Okay. This is a technique and a half. Okay, make another way. There we go. I kind of want to try watercolor style. I'm going to label this one traditional. Even though it's not traditional, it's my traditional. Ooh. Oh. Ooh, and color studies? Ooh, okay, nice. I will definitely be checking you out because that sounds interesting to me. I'm not like super into horror stuff, but okay, still gonna have to do this differently. Okay. Yeah, there we go. This might help a little bit. I am not super into horror stuff, but I'm always curious about like people's art process. Usually I try to I'm trying to work up to get to commissions. I don't take commissions yet. I'm like very nervous about taking commissions. So I had like a Fiverr set up and everything, but I'm just like so nervous about taking a commission. Anyway. Anyway, yeah, so I just do a bunch of random stuff. Usually I do portraits. Sometimes I'll experiment, like today's an experiment stream. But yeah, usually I do portraits. I also do a lot of writing and photography, so like a couple of streams I did some photography stuff, like I edited some of my photographs. And then another stream I did some concept art. And I just did a wolf study. I just did a bunch of wolves. It was pretty cool. I tried to mix it up a little bit. And usually Sundays are my game nights. Usually I stream video games. Sometimes I'll play with like my moderator or something. And we'll just play games. Pretty much. We've been playing a lot of Human Fall Flat and Rocket League. I've temporarily banned Rocket League though, so. But yeah, today felt more like an art day, so I'm going to be doing art for a while. I don't know how long, but I do whatever for commissions. Pet portraits too. Ooh. You just have more fun with monsters and stuff. Yeah, see, that's me. I like doing pets because that's something I'm good at, and wow, I can't believe I just commented myself. so random. So I usually do like pet portraits and stuff like that. Because I'm good at it and I like doing it. It's a comfort zone thing for me. If I were to step out of my comfort zone, this is probably doing it. Doing a different art style. But yeah, I mostly do animals. I do I don't always do pet portraits. Oh, I want to work on this lion too. I just randomly found this lion that I was working on, I don't know how many years ago. I just wanted to finish this. The tiger's not on here, so we're going to open the tiger. Because I freaking love the tiger. I freaking love this. This is my favorite that I've done. So do you, okay, you did say that. You said lassos and stuff like that, so you do digital art. Okay, you're better with things. Trying to improve on color. I absolutely love my color. So my, I know, right? I love I love how this one came out. This has got to be my favorite in my collection. It looks so freaking cool. And it was quite an experiment for me because I wasn't sure how to do the fur. But I love it. Anyway. Just bragging about my art. So unlike me. I typically come from like traditional art. I come from very much realism. Oh, sports team emblem? Oh, okay. Because I'm thinking, like, I do a lot of, like, illustrations and portraits of, like, animals, and I'm, like, trying to figure out what to do with them. Like, this one's way too big, but typically I make them into stickers. I'm not selling any of those stickers, but they're perfect. Usually they're perfect size for stickers. Like, this one's still a little too big for a sticker, but, like, the beagle I showed you, they do... You know what? It does come across as a logo. Like, I feel like, okay. I never looked at it like that before. I really appreciate that comment. I've never looked at them like logos before. Huh. See, now that gives me something to think about. I could go places with that. Thank you. See, it just takes one person to look at it and be like, oh, you could do this with this. And I'm like, ha ha. You're right. But yeah, typically I don't do anything with them once I'm done drawing them, which is kind of sad. Like, I feel like I should be doing stuff with them. So, like, this one's not going to print out nicely because sometimes I print them out myself and I cut them out myself when they're stickers. Sometimes I just put them on my Redbubble. Your brain is smooth. Two heads think better than one. That is true. That is true. Part of the reason I got into streaming is because I wanted to be a part of the art community again. Like, I've been out of art college for 6 years. So, and wow, I'm getting old. So, like, I needed that community back somewhere. It's like it always makes me happy when, like, I meet other artists and stuff on here, because that's kind of the whole point. Kind of the whole point. Community is the whole point. That, and I was hitting such like a dry spell with art that I was like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get back into art, but I want to get back into art. And my best work was done when I was in college, and that's because I had the community. So I was like, you know what? So streaming has inspired me to make more art. I like this pen. Something going on outside. Art college stuff. So I did 2 years at a community college in fine arts, and I like graduated like top of my class. I was like the top. That's because I only graduated with like 3 other fine art majors. So anyway, I did the community college course path stuff, and my instructors really encouraged me. It's kind of sad. It's like a bittersweet thing because my art instructors, like my art counselors and my art teachers, really pushed me and really wanted me to go the 4-year college path after that. But I didn't have the money. I had like an amazing portfolio, but I had no confidence in myself to get the scholarships to go that far, so I never did it. Because I was like, well, if I'm really this good at making art, what's the point in me going to a 4-year college? Because I have everything I need to know. Like, I have my, I have the knowledge, the talent, the skill. I was like, what's the point in me doing a 4-year college? So I could have easily have transferred out, because I was, like, top of the class and I was like a really good student. I would have been prime candidate for a 4-year college, but I just did not have the money. And I was like, listen, if I'm going to do art for a living at some point, I don't want to blow all my finances on a 4-year art school that I felt I didn't really need because I had all the skills. That's how big my ego was back then. And of course what I was missing was the community. That's why you would go to a 4-year college, I think. The community, the connections. Because I currently work with somebody who did ended up getting her degree and go that 4-year college route, and she made a lot of connections, and she's really like into the field. She's not currently working an art job, but she's doing a lot of art stuff because she has those networking connections. So if you can afford it, I would say probably go for it, but if you're like me and you're like, nah, you don't have to. It is big connection making. I just didn't want to put myself in mass quantities of debt. I probably could have gotten some scholarships because I was decent enough. And like part of me like beats myself up a little bit for not going, but Because now I'm kind of like, I went on like a big art hiatus for like 4 years, specifically during the pandemic, ironically enough. Like, I was like, nah, I'm just not going to do art. I don't feel it. And so now I'm like slowly recovering a lot of my skill and talent. Because at some point I realized, I was like, this is just what I'm meant to be doing. As much as it's like a love-hate relationship, like, artists tend to be very, I won't say if you're a true artist, but artists tend to be very miserable and depressed when they're not making art. And that was kind of me. And it took me a long time to realize that. So, like, creative people in general, like, they have to be doing something creative or they're going to be absolutely, like, miserable. And that was me. So I kind of learned my lesson there. I was like, okay, I won't do that again. So, always making art. So, still looking for a way to monetize myself, because that's, you know, usually the art I make people don't want to buy. So, it's just kind of how it is. I'm bad at marketing myself. That's my thing. Really bad at marketing. But yeah, see, and that's the thing. A good friend of mine, when I was in high school with her, she was also like top of our high school class list for like artists and stuff like that. She used to do commissions, and like I would watch from her. Like, don't get me wrong, she made a lot of money, especially in high school. Like, she was really a really great artist. But me myself, like, it's a lot of pressure. So that's like, I'm like tempted to start doing commissions, but like at the same time, like, I don't know. I don't know if that's a great idea. So I'm like putting a pause on it for right now, and I'm going to revisit it in the future. So like right now I'm trying to build up a style again. I'm trying to build up a portfolio. And then once I'm like satisfied with that, once I get bored of that, maybe, I will work on commissions again, or I'll like consider commissions. I just kind of like doing my own thing. That's the other thing too. Like, I like doing my own thing. I don't like people telling me what kind of art to make. Like, I was never good at it. Like, and most of the time I'm very much a heavy reference based artist. Like, I mean, once I get really good again, like, I could probably do a lot of things without reference, but so, like, if somebody told me to draw a dragon, which I absolutely love dragons, I probably couldn't do it. I probably could not do it. I would just be like, I don't know. So, where's my, like, reference picture? Like, what can I reference? Which can be a little rough. How did I get white up here? What am I doing? I absolutely love this brush, by the way. Gouache? Was it squash? Yeah, I love gouache. So anyway, I typically come from a traditional art background, so like, a lot of like, non-digital artwork stuff. Like, I didn't get into digital art until a couple years ago, and even then I kind of like, I had no instructors, so I kind of just did everything myself and taught myself. But my background is in realism studies, 5 for a bit. Yes. Yeah. I completely agree. I completely agree with that. Yeah. I don't want to burn myself out. If I like just got back into the field, I don't want to burn myself out. So, I have to be gentle with my, my artistic ability. But, yeah. Anyway, so I'm very traditional art based, very realism. Realism was my thing for such a long time, and that's only because I was really good at it and people pushed me to do it, but it's not my favorite art style. It's not. I have a kind of a love-hate relationship with it. Yeah, I did it for so long that now I'm just kind of like it's I'm very much a perfectionist too. And I've had to like learn to like beat the perfectionist out of myself because that was part of the reason I was never getting anything done. Like I talked about this on another stream where like I started having problems like working in a sketchbook. Like not even like a digital sketchbook, like an actual like physical sketchbook because my like anxiety was so bad, my perfectionism was so bad. I wasn't getting anything done and it was like absolutely like atrocious. And I just started getting frustrated and like burnt out because I was like, this is not how art's supposed to go. Like, yeah, it could be stressful, but definitely not what I really wanted for myself. So, to this day, I have not kept a sketchbook. I don't think I've kept a solid sketchbook since college. Um, I mean, now I mostly work digitally, and you can keep a digital sketchbook, but, I mean, I did do, I just did a study of wolves the other week. So, like I'm working on it, but sorry, my asthma's been bad the past couple of days. I don't know what it is. I think it's stress. I just think it's flat out stress. Um anyway, but at some point I realized I have a lot of potential. It's something I like doing. I want to do. So I've been trying to get back into art slowly but surely. Don't know who Shirley is, but heard she's a nice lady. I'm liking this. And notepads. Yeah. It became the point. I'm a very goal oriented person. I found out recently, which would have been nice to know sooner. So like if somebody tells me like specifically my art teachers like, hey, fill a sketchbook up with gesture drawings, which I tried to do once, didn't really work out, but got kind of bored of that. I filled up a couple of pages at least. I can do that. I'm like, ooh, this is a goal to work towards. You could tell me I can get a grade for this. Yeah, I'll do that. But half the time, if it's left to my own devices and like I have to do it for myself, no. That's the other reason like college worked out so well for me because they were like constantly telling me what to do. They're like, yeah, okay, so if you want to do this, you're gonna do this and do it this way and yada 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 and then like the second I left like college, I was like, oh wait, but you guys didn't tell me how I was supposed to market myself, which I suck at. So I yeah, college has routine. And I really appreciate that about college. My brain struggles and fights between having routine and not having routine. Okay, well, where I was, they didn't really. I mean, we heard a lot about the professors and how they sold their artwork, but they never told us how we would sell our artwork. It was basically purely like, we're putting you, at least my college, and it was a liberal arts college. It was a liberal arts community college, but I did not take a single art class for marketing my stuff. So the professors would like tell us like, "Oh, this is how we sell our stuff," But like, oh, you want to sell your stuff? Oh, it's probably too soon. And it was a little yeah. Anyway. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I got the usual, like, oh, set up an Instagram, set up an Etsy, or whatever. But it was very clear at some point they did not want to it was kind of like, okay, you're making art to put in galleries, and I'm not a gallery artist. I do not expect or want my stuff to really be in a gallery, but our communities are a scam. They are, though. Like, it could be really bad. But I did not want to get into like gallery stuff, and that's basically what they were kind of showing us. Like, oh, let's take a class trip to the gallery, some galleries in New York City, which was awesome. I love that. Like history majors. So I thought, oh, that's great. We get to see like some art galleries and stuff like that. But outside of like galleries, they never told you how to sell your stuff. But like, everyone was a gallery artist. So I'm actually really liking this technique. I'm gonna actually name this gouache because I want to do more watercolor. I'm gonna do a watercolor layer too. Gouache. Did I spell that right? Gouache. I'm so gouache. Gouache. There we go. Gouache. I did. Okay. Double check. Yeah, so by the time I left like art school, I was like, what do I do? What do I do? I had hand drawn a lot of like animal portraits. And I was like, this is nice, but how do I sell this? Gouache. Yes, gouache. Posting online is, yeah, exactly. And yes, galleries are terrifying. I've been to like one too many, and it was like I was never like, you know, they would tell us fine art, hotel art, and gallery art. I was never a gallery artist. I was never a gallery artist. Or like an exhibition artist kind of a thing. It was cool. I always thought it was cool, but I kind of lost that part of my creative talent somewhere. Like, I probably could have done that at some point, but I definitely lost it. Somehow I lost like that super creative. Yeah, it's a different mindset. It's a completely different mindset. So I was like, I'm just gonna stick to drawing my animal portraits. Yes. Oh, yes, exactly. Yeah. So I'm working on getting some of that back. So it's definitely it's taking some time. I'm kind of enjoying it though. I'm enjoying the process of getting back into it. So and one of the reasons I work so heavily on animal portraits, I was explaining this in another stream too, where when you see a lot of it, it's a lot easier to do. So like that's hence like being in the art community and doing artistic stuff in the community. But also so I do a lot of animal portraits because I currently work in the vet field, or the animal vet field. I'm an animal technician or a vet technician, animal nurse, whatever you want to call it. And I've been doing that for about 6 years now. Technically on and off because my last job was not in that industry at all. But my last job was so like detrimental to my mental health that I had to leave, and so I went back to my job as working at the vet's office. But yeah, so I see animals a lot all day, so it's a little easier for me to draw animals and get their anatomy right and whatnot. But that's why it's usually my pick of choice. When I was in art college, I did a lot of people though. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. I used to be really good at people. I used to be really good at hands. And everyone absolutely like hates drawing hands, but like that was my thing. I used to be really good at that. And why? It's because I have a hand attached to me that I looked at all day, and that's how I got good at that. So like the more you see something, the more you're going to be a little comfortable with drawing it and working on it. But so hence me and animals. And I thought that would be a cute tie-in to like my current day job. I'd be like, oh, that's so cute. I work on animals. Like, now I'm selling like animal portraits. Oh, isn't that nice? And like, if I really put my heart and soul into it, I can make myself a business card and advertise it at my work. I would be allowed to do that, but if I really wanted to start commissions. But some of the clients we have at the clinic are very nasty, I'm not gonna lie. And with my luck, I would get one of the nasty ones to commission artwork for. Finishing vet university, yes. Congratulations, because that, believe it or not, it is way harder to get into vet med than it is to, specifically vet school. It's way harder to get into vet school than it is to get into, human healthcare. At least that's what I was told, and I fully believe that, because one of my cousin-in-law or something like that, he originally wanted to go to, had like amazing grades, had like the whole shtick, the portfolio, whatever, and wanted to get into vet med. He wanted to be a vet, and they declined him. He turned around and wanted to be a doctor, and they accepted him like almost instantly. And it could be a supply and demand thing, because, well, no, because vet med is always looking for people. They're always strapped to find people. No one wants to work in vet med because it's so stressful. Like, I mean, human medical field too is absolutely ridiculous, but I was originally considering being a human nurse, but yes, the human field, you kind of learn about one person, and well, nah, because you got different ages and genders and backgrounds and whatnot, but yeah, with the animals, you gotta learn more animal stuff, but yeah, respect to both fields though. Both fields are rough. Entomology. Why does that sound familiar? That sounds... I feel like I know what that is. Oh, bugs? Yes! Okay. That would be why I like have half an idea of what that is, but not 100% sure. Bugs is pretty cool. I will give them credit for that. Bugs is pretty awesome. That is definitely an interesting study to go in. Interesting study to go in. A long time ago, I used to work at a camp. Those were my camp counselor days. Working with like kids a lot and stuff, and we had like a nature center that we would bring the kids to. Be like, oh, you guys want to see the bugs in the nature center? And like, honestly, coolest stuff ever. Yes. I actually have, when I was looking to, so I'm technically not allowed to have pets in my apartment. When I was looking at getting another pet, I was like, man, I want something that like is easy to take care of, and doesn't have too many like care requirements. And I ended up getting a I know what it is. A regal jumping spider. So it's like it's a little baby spider. And it's the easiest thing to take care of. I just make sure the humidity is good in its enclosure. And every couple of days I feed it mealworms. It's great. It's one of the greatest pets I've ever had. Don't get me wrong. I like my puppies and kittens. But my pet spider is honestly the best thing I've ever had. I find them so fascinating. They're so interesting. Like, just bugs in general. Like, geez. I don't know what it is about them. They're just, they're neat little things. I had to get over feeding something alive to a one living thing to another living thing. I'm very sensitive when it comes to the food chain. So I didn't want something that was going to eat something else. But no, it kind of is what it is. But yeah, greatest pet I've ever had. Her name's Marmalade. She's a really pretty pretty orange and black. Very good pet. She just hangs out in her enclosure all day. Sometimes she gets zoomies like a cat and just runs around like she's insane. So. Sometimes she molts. I think she's molting right now, so she's not out. She's hiding, but. I mean, even my mother, who's like not a big fan of spiders, I usually leave her with my mother when I go on vacation. And my mother loves to take care of her. They're just like, they're so fascinating to watch. Yeah, as fascinating as snakes are to me too, that's the same reason I don't have any pet snakes. I instead went the other direction, and I had a lot of interesting pets when I was younger. I had mice and I had rats myself. And they were just like the sweetest pets, but I got tired of them dying at some point. Like, poor rats and mice always end up with like cancer, and it's so sad because they don't live very long either. And yes, my poor spider is probably only gonna live about another year, which is so sad. But it's like so when I worked at the camp and I worked in the nature center we used to get a lot of like butterflies and stuff. And moths, and they were just so pretty, but they only live like a week to 2 weeks. It's so sad. A jumping spider puppy. Because they were literally the only thing that they were like they're like really meant to do is they don't a lot of like moths and butterflies, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, don't have like digestive systems, so they can't even eat. So they're literally living for like a week to 2 weeks to, I want to say, procreate, and that's it. That's the only thing they're like supposed to do. But yeah. My mother texted me and she sent me something. Do I want to know what this is? Oh. My mother sent me a video of me graduating. I don't know where she managed to find that. I was graduating high school? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That was disturbing. Anyway. Yeah, they, from what I was told anyway, I can't, I'm not a professional, but, yeah, it's sad. They don't live long. Moths and butterflies do not live long. But yeah, they're pretty while they are alive. So anyway, bugs are cool. I can't say I'm like, now don't get me wrong. If there was a freaking massive, like, what are they, the big huntsman spiders or whatever, the freaking ones that are the size of dinner plates, yeah, that I would probably freak out about. But bugs usually don't bother me. Things like mice, rats, they don't bother me. Isopods? Interesting. Because I've had so long as a realism artist, I usually don't go for exact science anymore on these pet portraits. I weirdly feel the need to specify that to people because they're like, well, the gray actually starts down here, and I am going to fix that actually. But people expect it to be the exact thing as the original, and that's not what I'm going for these days anymore. I could care less what the original looks like half the time. Anyway, technically they aren't bugs, but you love them. That is all that matters. That is all that matters. But yeah, bugs are cool. I the other reason I didn't push for to have a lot of pets is I had full plans on being like a traveling artist. Like all I wanted to do was travel and just do artsy stuff. Like have a remote art job where I can just like sit and draw all day. Travel in my freaking converted school bus or whatever. That was like a freaking grade A big dreams right there. Eventually, I want to do art full time. I think I won't say that's every artist's goal, but that's my goal. It's my thing. That is my thing. That would be the dream. That would be the dream. I eventually I'm actually pretty close to getting a affiliate on Twitch would be which would be awesome because then I could at least maybe monetize me making art if I can't monetize the art itself. But I'm trying not to put too much pressure on that because then I'll burn myself out. But real American dream is living off the grid. I think so. I'm a very independent person, and I like my independency, so yeah. Agreed. Like I was a big believer in the FIRE method, which is like financial independence, retire early. It's the acronym for that. And like doing anything I could to get to that goal, like financial independence, retire early. You know, and I thought about that a lot recently too, because I was seriously thinking about, okay, what if I do have a full-time job as an artist? I don't want to sit at a desk all day. I really don't want to sit. I'm the type of person that wants to be outside and wants to do stuff. Like, I absolutely love being outside. That's the one thing I could say about my last job, is that I was like outside a lot and I absolutely loved it. So that's one of the reasons I got into photography, because I was like, ooh, this is awesome. I could be outside and I could be taking pictures, and then I can come inside and I can like edit the pictures and like spend some time inside, but also spend time outside. I was like, that right there would be like the awesome dream. I always joked when I was younger that I would have a desk job, that I would just like sit at a desk all day. And that was because I was like a very sickly child. Like I didn't think I would be able to do anything that wasn't like sitting at a desk all day. But now that I feel like so much better physically, like, and even mentally in some way, like, now I want to do it all. So part of me being healthy is my job requirements. Well, not my like current job requirement, but like to survive in the future, I would have to be doing something physically. I would need to keep myself physically fit and active, because I can't be sitting at a computer all day. That's not going to be good for my health. So, but yeah, it's ironic how that ended up turning out, but. I actually wanted to do the streaming thing 10 years ago. Yes. Well, yeah, that too, yeah. Yep. Fresh air is good. Yeah, so I wanted to do this streaming thing like 10 years ago. I only recently started streaming, maybe a couple months ago. End of May. I wanted to do it about 10 years ago, when like Twitch and YouTube was like taking off. I wanted to be a YouTuber, and I wanted to do video games. I wanted to like be a game streamer. I think that was some of my greatest like inspirations when I was younger, were just like video gamers. And to be fair, if I started back then, I would probably be way ahead in the like video game content creator industry compared to where I currently am. And so that's why I started a couple months ago. I started streaming video games. But I started streaming video games, and not that I was like doing it for the views, but I was like, I wasn't getting a lot of people watching, so I was like, all right. And it occurred to me that one of the reasons I wasn't like making a lot of art is because I didn't have the community anymore. I was like, you know what? Here's a crazy idea. How about I just stream my art process? And I had done these like pet portraits like 2 years ago. So I was like, hey, I know that's something I'm good at. I did a lot of them. And by a lot, I mean like maybe 8 to 10 of them up at that point. And I hadn't like touched them for like a year. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go back to doing these. And I'm going to enjoy myself while I'm doing it because I know it's something I'm good at. And I know it's a process I could share with other people. One of my dreams was always to be like an inspiration and an art teacher. I couldn't do that without a 4-year degree. And then it occurred to me while I was switching over to streaming art that I could definitely share my experience and share my technique with other people. And maybe somebody would appreciate that. And I thought that was the greatest thing in the world. So I went to streaming my art. And I instantly got way more views than just streaming video games. And I was way more entertaining, and I had way more of a personality talking about art than I did playing video games. And so I've stayed playing art mostly. Trying to build up like a portfolio, trying to build up like an art stream kind of a thing. And then every once in a while I play video games, and I compromise somewhere. But I've been really grateful because this has gotten me way into art again. Because before I used to not have time, and now I'm making time and I'm actively doing things on stream. So, I'm like working on a portfolio, I'm working on art every time. I'm like, sometimes, as we call it here in my stream, Spicy Brain. Spicy Brain likes to hang out with people when we're doing things. So, Spicy Brain likes the community and finds that it does more things in the community with the community instead. So, I think they call it like co-playing or something like that. But anyway, I was like, I'm gonna life hack my brain, determine that I like to do it with other people. Like my moderator, that usually pops in here every once in a while. He also does art. And I think I had mentioned like doing a co-streaming, a co-art streaming kind of a thing. I think that would be really cool. Do a podcast with us just streaming art stuff, talking about techniques and whatnot. Anyway, so, and I've been trying to like switch up when I stream so I could catch different people at different times, instead of like the same time, like consistently. Because I want to meet more people. I think that's going to help my networking. So, yes. So I was very pleased that I found you this time around. I feel like I did one random Saturday stream. I had off from work, and I streamed in the afternoon, and it was on a Saturday, which is highly unusual for me. And I picked up like 20 people. Well, I say that, but. Aw. See, that's what I want. I want like the community. Like, I think that would be really cool. I think that would be nice. It would remind me of like art school in a way, because as much as like art school was art school, I did have like, I wasn't good at making friends back then, but still not great at making friends. But like I had a lot of time. I had a great time like working with people who were also artists, and it didn't even matter if we were working on something similar. Like we could be working on something completely random, but I was like, hey, this is cool. I like doing this with other people. So I always appreciate the company. I feel like it inspires me to do more. Sometimes, every once in a while, I'll do like a little tiny teaching lesson. And my favorite viewer, you met earlier, Kind there, absolutely is thrilled about my teaching lessons. Because I remember stuff from art school. Like, I can pop out a teaching moment here and there and be like, well, so this is why you would do something like this, and this is why this would make sense to do this. And I enjoy that because it reminds me of the teaching job that I may never have. Because I don't know if I could do a whole group of 20 kids, teaching 20 kids at once, but yeah, so I'm just figuring it out. I'm just like, not too much pressure, but really enjoying myself in this community. And what I noticed, like, to be fair, I had one viewer when I was playing video games, but like what I noticed from switching over into the art community, it is a really nice community. Like, it's a great community of people so far. I don't have wood, otherwise I would knock on wood, but I'll knock on my tablet. I have not had problems with anyone. People have welcomed me right into the community. They're like, hey, welcome. We see you're artist. We welcome you, artist. And no one has been like nasty or negative. Somebody asked me a question, one of my first streams, like, people are like, oh, are you gonna get mad if we ask you questions? I was like, absolutely not. And they asked me a question, they're like, well, and it was something about like why I use layers or something like that. And I was like, I can answer that. That's not a problem. And they're like, oh, well, because the last person I asked that got really nasty. Yes. Well, yeah, I think, so I was very, very grateful to give them that positive experience. I too also agree that it's easier to communicate with creative people. Like, they don't even have to be like digital artists. They don't even have to be like portrait artists or whatever. Like, they don't have to be a certain type of artist, but creative people are very similar to each other. Like, they just think I got the hands out now. People just think very similar. Like, creative people think very similar to each other. And they all can kind of agree on that they're very happy making art. So yes. So that's one of the ways I got into like drawing. I used to watch a lot of YouTubers when I was younger. Yes, and I really appreciate the chat. Normally, I don't have a lot of people come in here and chat like this, so I actually really appreciate this. I get some people, but not a lot. But so I really appreciate you keeping me company. But yeah, I used to watch a lot of like YouTubers and stuff like that, and I liked watching a lot of the gaming streams. They were like a great mental health inspiration for me when I was younger. They inspired me to do a lot. And then like from there, like some of the people that played the video games would also do artwork, like do fan art and stuff like that, and I watched a lot of them, and that really inspired me. So I always thought it would be cool one day to go to like TwitchCon too. I was like, man, I want to go to TwitchCon. I want to go to Artist Alley too. That's a big thing, I think, out in California. But I was like, man, like it would be so cool to like connect with other digital artists and stuff, and like TwitchCon would be awesome. Like, so if there's anything I nerd out about, it's definitely like this kind of stuff. This kind of stuff. My partner is very much a nerd too, but we're different levels of nerdiness, so different types of nerdiness. Oh, you've been to the Artist Alley. I need to cosplay. Like at some point in my life, I feel the intense need to cosplay. I had a dream last night. I kind of know what I'm gonna, if I dress up for Halloween, which is a high likelihood this year, thankfully. Like I'm gonna dress up as an assassin. That's gonna be my thing. I absolutely love Assassin's Creed. Anyway, but I absolutely love dressing up. I just haven't done it in so long. And I have like no, like where I live right now, there's not a lot of like, it's not super populated with things like cons and stuff, which really sucks because that means I have to like travel pretty far. And like my job right now would probably allow me to take off to go to some of these things, but I want to do more of it. Like I want to do more of it. I absolutely love that. I want to, as socially awkward as I can be sometimes, which is ironic considering I would absolutely love to like go out and meet new people. Love to go and meet new people, see new things, like meet other artists, get the connection going, because I would like the inspiration. I think inspiration would be awesome, like going to some of those big things. And I like, even you just mentioning that this looks like a logo to something, like made my day, because now I can think about it a little differently. Like, so meeting other artists would be absolutely perfect. I'd be so excited for that. Where I am now is not like a heavy artist community. I mean, there's like one local famous artist, but we don't do any of the similar work. So. Oh, you're building your current PC? This is awesome. I built my last PC. This one's a custom built, but I absolutely love doing that too. Yes. Well, I think you kind of like acknowledge your nerdiness with each other. Oh, see, that's awesome. Oh man. Go to an artist alley and cosplay, that would be awesome. Oh, you got spooked. If I tried to do that like even a couple of years ago, my anxiety would not let me. It would just be like, no, it's too much. Nowadays, I just care a little less about me and my anxiety. So, I would definitely be able to do it now. But yes, when you're like dressing up and like, there's like an understanding when you're cosplaying with people. Like they know, like you're acknowledging each other's nerdiness, and it's like, it's okay. You're in a group of your own people, basically. I have to look into it in the future. I have to save up my money though, and I need to make like a big enough portfolio that it would be worth my my chutzpah to go out to an artist alley. Like I would need to make my time worth it there, so like that would be something I would have to plan out. And I usually don't plan out my trips. I usually just fly by the seat of my pants. So, but yeah. It's definitely something that's going to have to go on like my artist to-do list. I imagine to like get a table at like an artist alley is super expensive though. Unfortunately not a reason for me to like push it aside and not do it, but it just means I wouldn't be able to do it like tomorrow. I'd have to budget for it. I have to build up. The one artist I work with at my clinic job, she's bad at marketing herself too, so she's like, well, maybe if we market each other we would be good. But she's telling me to work up on building a portfolio and stuff. So I kind of want to do a bunch of different stuff. Be like, hey, I could do this, I could do that. And it would just basically be me showing it to people. Not to necessarily get myself a job, if you know what I mean, but yeah, see, that's the thing. I think like mass quantities of stuff, like making mass quantities of stuff to like produce is the rough part about that. That's absolutely the rough part. I mean, I think now I could make a lot of these, like, I could make prints of this and sell prints of this. I think that'd be really cool. But like, my problem is I look at this and I'm be like, who wants to hang this in their apartment? Who wants to own this? It's kind of like, and then I'm just like, oh, okay, so probably no one. And then I never like go any further than that, because I used to do, to be fair, my portraits now are way better than they used to be, but like, I just see 18-year-old me trying to sell my portraits that I made and like being horribly disappointed that I couldn't sell anything. I used to make like mini traditional art portraits. They were like mini watercolors of like pets, and they were really cute and they were very simple. And I used to sell a lot of those, but by a lot, I mean like maybe a couple. But I used to do, there's a lot of like vendor events and stuff. Well, not a lot, but there are vendor events where I live. They're usually on Saturdays, and I usually work Saturdays. So I used to go to them with my mother, because my mother used to make hand sewn dolls. So she would get into a lot of like the craft vendors, and she would bring me along. And we would either split the fee on a booth or something, or she would just have an in with them that I could get in there, not for free, of course, but so that used to be fun. We don't do that anymore because she doesn't make a lot of stuff anymore, but yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't like, I have a horrible problem with trends and fads. Like, I absolutely hate freaking anything trendy. Just because I don't want to do what everyone else is doing. Like, that's my defiance issue there. Like, I absolutely don't want to do it. No, you can't make me draw what everyone else is drawing right now. But that's kind of what I was told in art school. Like, if you want to sell your artwork, you got to do what people want to buy and what they want to see, which is like, which technically I'm doing one of those right now. It's animals, landscape, people, flowers. I think I absolutely love doing flowers. I take a lot of photographs of flowers. But it's like I forget, it's like a main 5 or a main 4 or whatever they call it. But yeah, if you want to like really market and sell stuff, you got to do what people want. And I absolutely hate doing that. I hate that with a burning passion. Like, I don't care how much money that would make me. I absolutely hate it. Like, I would rather sit here and suffer and try to sell the stuff that's probably not going to sell, than to be pigeonholed into doing something I don't want to do. Cryptid stickers? He sold out in 2 days. Nice. How come? Why does that sound familiar? Cryptid. But yes, and that's the sad thing is like I kind of know what's gonna sell. I just refuse to do it. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, okay. I was gonna say the term sounded familiar, but I had to really think about it. That's pretty cool. I actually considered, and I might still do it, but I would need to seriously know what I'm doing, is doing people are doing like custom Pokemon cards right now, or like custom trading cards, and like putting portraits and stuff in it. I thought it'd be really cool to do like a bunch of different, so like my pet portraits, they're not of any specific pet, it's just of specific breeds at the moment. So I thought it'd be really cool if I did a bunch of pet portraits of different dog breeds, and then just like gave them different attributes like Pokemon cards, and then you'd have a dog trading card game. I always thought that would be really cool. That was an idea I had recently. But I was like, man, I would need to know how to like recreate Pokemon like, and get that art style down to then put it on a card and make it into a card game. But I thought that would be something cute. Problem is I have like a lot of great ideas, and then I have to like actually follow through with the ideas, and then at that point I'm like, meh. Seems a lot of hard work for my whittle brain. Again, a lot of great ideas doesn't mean I'm actually gonna do it. Yes. Well, I have like, I'm looking over at my wall now because I hung up a bunch of my sticker size pet portraits. But yeah, so that's why I did a lot of dog breeds, specific dog breeds, because although they may not look exactly like somebody's pet, like somebody's probably going to come along and be like, wow, I really love Great Danes. I'm going to buy that sticker because I love Great Danes. And that was kind of my theory with that. And I was like, oh, that would be so cool. So I slowly started working on doing all the dog breeds. I think I have like 10. I've done I got a shepherd over there, I got a greyhound, I got a beagle, I got a cocker spaniel, Brittany spaniel, Dalmatian, golden retriever, lab, Great Dane. I just did a husky. I feel like I'm missing some in there. But yeah. So I started with the popular ones. Animal memes? Yes. Yes. I was thinking if I added some like text to them, just some like jokes, basically memes, like putting text to the stickers, I thought that would be cute too. So I also tried to put them in sticker packs and try selling them. Like I mixed, I did a lot of the pets that looked very similar. I had like different compositions that looked good together, make packs out of them, but yeah. But I did have that in mind. Like I did think that it would be cute to put something like here. I thought I could put, see, this one looks nice without any text, but I could slap some text on that or something of that nature anyway, and get away with it. But yeah. Got lots of ideas. No time to do them. Pretty much. Usually how that comes down. What that comes down to. It's definitely on the to-do list though. Yeah, sticker sheets. That's the thing. I could probably throw all those dogs on a sticker sheet and probably sell more of them than... That's the thing too. Like, I couldn't sell individual stickers because I would need to... Like, if I was doing them myself, like, I have stuff on Redbubble, but if I was doing them myself, cutting them or printing them and cutting them, first of all, it's a lot of work. Second of all, I would need to sell them for more than they're probably actually worth because I always offer free shipping on my Etsy, and I wouldn't profit out of it. So that's why I switched to Redbubble, and I put a lot of stuff on Redbubble. Do I have a link to my Redbubble? I'll open up Redbubble. I'm gonna pull up a link for Redbubble. Really? Are you gonna load it? Okay, great. Just so you can see what I'm shamelessly yep, I'm shamelessly plugging myself, but I would like just like a link. Yeah, copy the link. Redbubble's like, I don't know, it exists. That's my Redbubble. What do you mean it's my stream? What do you mean? Oh, asking for a link. I was asking the computer for a link. But that's my portfolio. There's a lot of those are all my dog stickers that I have. I think at the moment there's a raccoon on there. There's I'll bring it over here and we're gonna look at it. There's a raccoon that I did. I threw some flowers on a raccoon and called it a good sticker. I did a massive Blue Jay illustration at one point. And then I also have my photography prints and stuff on there. But it's pretty good. I've only sold one thing on there. But see how cheap they sell stuff? I'll probably make a very small commission out of that. But yeah. It's got all my dogs and stuff on there. Is that actually a brown lab? Oh, okay. Anyway. Shamelessly plugging. It's cute, but that's probably my least favorite sticker. It's probably my least favorite dog in there. I have my favorites. I am mildly biased. I have my favorites. I'm gonna put the eyes in, and then I'm gonna guess this is more or less done, I think. This is nice though. This is different from my usual style. Buff it out. I personally am not. I'm also not a big fan of the shepherd. I'm not a big fan of shepherds in general, but I'm very biased on animal breeds because of working at the clinic. I've seen pretty much every breed come in, and I could sit there and I could be very biased and stereotypical and tell you I don't like certain breeds because I've seen one too many of them, or one too many animals from the breed list. I have not seen a lot of greyhounds. I will say that I have not seen a lot of greyhounds. That actually looks more. Honestly, looks more like a whippet too. It doesn't even look like a greyhound. Yeah, it looks more like a whippet than a greyhound because it looks small. But anyway, I called it a greyhound, so I think the reference image said it was a greyhound. So anyway, I actually know some greyhounds. They're pretty decent dogs. I will be biased and say I don't really like huskies. They're nasty. Dalmatians too. Dalmatians are nasty. They're nasty dogs. Don't get me wrong, there's an exception to every rule, but the bully breeds, a lot of them are sweethearts. I will say a lot of them can be sweethearts. I also work next to a shelter, an animal shelter. And I will say some of them, because they've been bred to fight, they can be really nasty. But it's how they're raised. Like typically, if they're raised properly, they are the sweetest dogs. Would I personally have one? No, probably not. It's not my type of dog, but I'm very picky when it comes to dog breeds. So I probably would not have a bully, but they are sweet. My family has always had terriers. We've had terrier mixes. Like my current parents' dog is a terrier Jack Russell mix, or it's a Jack Russell Beagle mix, and it's the sweetest dog ever. But just a Beagle is usually a pain in my hinder. But Bull Terrier, yeah, Bull Terriers are nice. I will say, out of the dogs that I've been attacked by, Shepherd's top of the list. I was almost mauled by a Shepherd one day when I was working the clinic. Actually, not at the current clinic I work at a different clinic, but that was probably the scariest experience of my life. And I had been attacked by other dogs in my childhood, specifically Beagles. Yes. Oh, gee, Bull Terriers are tanks. They are absolute tanks. I've never been attacked by Pit Bull, but no Shepherds. That would be fine by me. I have seen more nasty Shepherds than good Shepherds. My brother has a really nice German Shepherd. It's a sweetheart, but it's too high strung for me. I can't. Any of the breeds that are high anxiety, high strung, like Huskies and Shepherds, I can't do it. I can't do it. But I was attacked by 2 Beagles when I was like 5. I was dragged across the yard and like mauled by them. So yeah, I'm like not a big fan of Beagles. And let's see. So no Beagles. I was attacked by that Shepherd. I got very lucky when I was attacked by that Shepherd. I was very, very lucky. It was on a leash. It lunged at me and it like caught part of my skin. And there's like, I have a massive scar on my stomach now because of it. Goldens, Pomeranians, Huskies, Frenchies. Frenchies are, they're okay. Pomeranians, most of the Poms I've seen are nasty. Goldens, that's probably my dream dog. I want a Golden. But yes, my parents' dog is a mutt too, but mixed with a lot of terrier. A lot of terrier. Possibly a little bit of corgi because she has a short tail. But corgis are nasty. Most corgis are nasty. But yeah, I'm very biased. I'm very biased when it comes to dog breeds. I was gonna say, and some corgis are divas. They're absolutely divas. Like, they're some of like the worst freaking patients to have. I will say too, like, I am a big fan of mixed breeds and mutts because they live longer. A lot of the breeds that are like overbred or like bred poorly, they just have so many health issues. Like, my vet will be the first one to tell you, and even in my family, because my parents used to have he was mixed with something, but he was like 80 to 90% German Shepherd. He lived it was the greatest dog ever, very sweet dog, lived for about 18 years. And nowadays, like, and purebred, back in the day, like when they started breeding Shepherds, like they would live for like 18 years. Nowadays, you're lucky if your German Shepherd lives past 10 because they have bad hips. They get hip dysplasia really easily. They get spinal disease really easily. Like, and a lot of the bigger dog breeds like Great Danes, they have heart problems because they're like, usually it's an overbreeding thing, but yeah, but yes, natural selection. Pretty much. That's exactly how that ends up going. So like, I usually favor the mutts. Also, in my line of work, the nastiest ones live the longest. So the nice dogs usually don't live as long. Sadly enough, but yes. Exactly. I have a couple. There's maybe like, because people think they can make a lot of money off of them, and that's kind of sad. Like that's what the world is coming to, that they want to breed their animals to make money off of them. It's really messed up, but I've known a couple of good breeders, so I can't like sit here and completely badmouth breeders, but yes, the short-nosed dogs. Do you know a good short-nosed breeder? Like, they're supposed to look a certain way, and they're not supposed, their noses, their snouts are not supposed to be that short, because like it makes it very hard for them to breathe, and a lot of them have to have surgery later on in life because they can't breathe right. So like, yeah, and don't get me started on cats. My vet took care of a cat breeder for decades and decades. She breeds, or she used to breed Devon Rexes, and her Devon Rexes look completely different from the, not saying she's a good breeder, but they look completely different from your typical Devon Rexes. Like, a good breeder is going to breed them for, is going to weed out those health concerns, regardless of how they look. That's, that's just what I believe anyway, but, like, they're not supposed to have, like, the ridiculously short nose, and, like, they're not supposed to end up having all these health issues. It's kind of really sad, too. So, I'm a big adopt, don't shop kind of a person. I mean, I do also work next to a shelter, an animal shelter that is currently overpopulated. So we're not even allowed to take in animals anymore. So, and that's kind of really sad because that messes up the whole economy. So, yes, yes. There's a lot of like breeding rescues and stuff like that that work on doing that. Yes. Pugs are funny. Pugs are funny. Pugs are funny. They're very anxious breeds, otherwise I would say like I would have a pug. I create my own anxiety. I don't need I don't need another animal to help me with that. My parents' dog's is a rescue too. Yeah, she's one of the greatest dogs you've ever had. So, not saying that like, and it's ironically enough, my sister also works in the vet field, and she also works for like animal control and stuff like that, and she sees all these problems with like these bred animals and stuff like that, and she still insists on absolutely having like she's like, I absolutely need a Great Dane. She's had like Great Danes most originally. I need a Great Dane. Now I'm gonna get it from a breeder, and she spent like a couple grand on that dog, and then a couple more grand on insurance for that dog, and I can't imagine doing that. Like, I'm not like dissing people who absolutely want certain breeds, because some people want hypoallergenic dogs and stuff like that, which is whatever, but like that's one thing. But yes, big dogs typically have short lives like Great Danes because their heart gives out. Like usually usually it's either their hips, their spine, or their heart gives out because they their heart is not built to function for an animal that big. So yeah, they do typically live shorter lives. They're just not. Yeah. I will say they usually can avoid cancer to some degree, but it's usually a body structure issue. I don't know. a body structure problem when it comes to big breed dogs. Oh, that's the color I was looking for. Anyway, yes, she still insists on having something that probably not going to live a very long life. It's a great dog, don't get me wrong, great dog. Another sweetheart for a big dog, but I'm good. Yes. Well, that's the thing. It's kind of like pugs, right? Like, it's kind of like watching a pug. I can't tell you how many pugs I've seen come into the office, and I just have to sit there and, like, I'm sorry, you have to live that way. Like, so when we go to anesthetize, first of all, those breeds don't, like, the short-nosed breeds don't do great under anesthesia, or getting them induced into anesthesia, because how it works at my vet clinic is you give the injectable induction first, and then they start going to sleep, and then you put the mask on them, and then you usually pass a tube down their throat when they're fully anesthetized. But we have to give them supplemental oxygen before they even go to sleep, because they're hyperventilating so much. Yes. My doctor doesn't do it, but I've seen doctors do surgery on their noses to make their noses a little more functional. Their tail, like, which breed am I thinking of? Any dog with a corkscrew tail, I've seen their tail actually corkscrew around. Usually it's when the owner docks them or docks their tails and, like, cut off their tail, but it'll corkscrew back around and, like, actually, like, get stuck in there, then they need more surgery. Like, a lot of the cosmetic surgeries usually end up with problems, but functional surgeries usually are pretty decent. But yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, like, and a lot of the times, anytime we have, like, they call it brachycephalic, is where their noses are really short. Anytime we have one of those dogs, we're always on, like, high alert in surgery, because they don't breathe normally. And when you recover a dog like that, they're more liable to choke. Oh, I forgot my moderator's not here. Their x-rays are ridiculous. Their x-rays are absolutely ridiculous. And it's nearly impossible to get x-rays on some of those dogs because they can't be upside down. Like, if you were to take an x-ray of one of those dogs on its back, like, you'd have to be fairly quick because it's going to start turning purple because it can't breathe. It's usually if they have heart problems too, but yeah, man, they're atrocious. They can be quite the nightmare to work on. Like, I've had many of them hold their breath under anesthesia too, and, like, you think they're dying. So, animals are wild. Working with animals is wild. It's absolutely wild. Yes. Yes. They, so I was doing a dental on a dog once, and I was, like, cleaning its teeth with the pick or whatever, kind of like you would a human, and I was, like, going along cleaning its teeth, and I, like, moved its head a little bit, and mind you, it's asleep, it's intubated, it's asleep, and I moved its head a little bit, and one of its eyes just it popped right out at me. It was one of those, I think it was a Shih Tzu, but, like, its eyes just, like, boop, right out of its socket, and I was like, oh. Dude, I was like shitting my pants. I was like, what is this? I was like, what happened here? That happens a lot with the small breed dogs like that, especially the short faced and the whatever. I just popped right out. It's so common, you know. It happened to me like a couple more times after that, but like you literally just have to like pop it back in, and that's what I did. I looked over to my my assistant there, who's more experienced than me, and I was like, what do I do? She's like, yeah, exactly. She's like, we're just gonna pop. It's just gonna pop right back in. And that's pretty much what we did, and it stayed in, thankfully. But sometimes if they keep doing that, you need to sew their eyes shut so the eye doesn't pop back out. Yeah. 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 Grateful that we were able to fix that one, but that was quite the experience. I was having a small heart attack because I was like, what do I do? Its eye is not inside its socket anymore. Dude, I have so many like mildly traumatizing stories about like the things that I have seen working for this vet clinic. Like I can't even begin. Yes, my sister had to get insurance for the Great Dane because it's filled with health problems. Like it has all kinds of issues. So you're talking about bullies being tanks. I could tell you, if you've ever seen a Cane Corso, that's the massive, I think they call them, what are they, Italian Mastiffs or something like that? They call them something else too, but absolutely massive dogs. We had one come in once because we worked next to the shelter. We take in a lot of animal control cases that come in. We had a massive, it must have been like almost 200 pounds. Like the thing was almost twice my size. And animal control had picked it up with the state police because the animal had come back from being neutered and it had its cone on and stuff like that. Anyway, the parents woke up one day and it had just like completely lost its mind. It was probably from like anesthesia or something like that it like completely lost its shit. But it started attacking the family like out of nowhere. Like this 200-pound dog just started attacking the family. Like they weren't even anywhere near it. They weren't doing anything to it. It just woke up one day and just chose violence like after surgery. And it had attacked this is why I will never own a big dog. I will never own a big dog because of this. I think so. I think it had something to do with surgery or like anesthesia, because sometimes animals come out of anesthesia and they're confused. They're like people. They're confused. But anyway, they had brought it home and it was fine for a while. And then like it just absolutely went crazy. And it attacked the wife. Mind you, they had little kids in the house. It attacked the wife first. It bit off her hand. It bit off a couple of fingers. It was chewing on her fingers. And then the husband decided that like he was going to save the wife. The husband ended up putting like a couple of rounds into the dog's head and shoulders. Like we're talking like he took a handgun. He tried to stop the dog. And at this point the dog had already like taken a couple of fingers off the woman. And he missed a couple of times with the gun and ended up shooting his wife by accident. But she got shot in the leg or something like that. But anyway, the dog took a couple of rounds to like the chest. By the time the dog got to us, it had like 3 puncture wounds in its shoulder and like 2 in its head. And it was still trucking on. They had to call the state police. And the state police had to come put a couple of rounds in the dog. Still didn't take the dog down. This is a 200-pound dog, man. And animal control, because animal control couldn't even take care of it. They had to get the riot shields. They had to get their riot shields out and load the dog into the back of a state trooper's truck. And by the time it got to us, they had like tried to sedate it so badly. And then they had to get it out of the truck and load it into a kennel over at the shelter. It was so nasty. It was on a no walk list. And somehow it survived all that. But like we couldn't, it was so nasty still at that point, we couldn't take care of it. So like unfortunately we had no choice but to euthanize it. Like it ate the woman's hand and it took like 5 bullets to the head. That has got to be one of the wildest stories. But do you want to know like the after, like attempting to euthanize that animal? Because typically if you're gonna give like the euthanizing injection, it has to be in the vein. Like, and that dog's massive. It had massive veins, but we couldn't get close to that dog. So like we had to get really creative of like trying to sedate the dog first. It was really sad. And I was like, this sucks, because this probably could have been prevented maybe in a way. Like, but it was so traumatizing. It was awful. Like, thankfully we were able to like slip it some medication in its food. It sedated it a little bit. We were able to get it out of its kennel that they had put it in. And we still had to like wedge it between a door to like give it the final injections. Like, it was so sad. I can't tell you how many like, yeah, as far as we knew, the dog was a great dog. Prior to that incident, yeah. And then of course, like, everyone got the lecture like, ooh, that's what you get for neutering your animals and stuff like that. But the dog I saw a dog come in the other day that ended up having literally prostate cancer because he wasn't neutered sooner. So like, it happens, like, but yeah, and it was really sad. We felt really bad for the dog, but in the end, we're like, he's so like, they drive me insane too. I can't tell you how many emergency surgeries I've had on female dogs because they get what's called pyometra, and it's a massive infection in the uterus, the ovaries, uterus, the whole tract there, and it just fills up with pus, and then that ruptures, their whole uterus ruptures, and then it becomes massive emergency surgery. That usually, if it ruptures, the animal usually doesn't make it. So like, I'm very much an advocate for spaying and neutering animals. So anyway, but yeah, so like, obviously we were grateful that, you know, but yeah, that that whole situation with that Cane Corso could have been a lot worse. But like, it was just absolutely insane. I was like, you're telling me this dog took how many rounds? Like, and we could finally examine the dog after we had put it to sleep, and we like looked, it still had a couple of bullets in it. And I was like, he shot that dog at point blank range, and that dog kept trucking. I will never have a big dog like that, because they just snap. They can literally just snap. I mean, small dogs too, but like, with a small dog, I like to think I could like, boop, like kick it right across if that thing was trying to bite me, but yeah. Anyway. Anyway. Fatality. But yeah, I have developed a very dark sense of humor after working for that clinic for so long. Like, after 6 years of seeing a lot of cases like that, you just like kind of have to like deal with it. I hate to say, like, as messed up as that is, you gotta like work with that in some way. If we didn't keep our humor at the clinic, like, I don't know if I'd still be able to work there. Like, but it's I mean, it's rough, because yeah, exactly, right. I like, doctoral advocate, a lot of animals get their dogs trained, and people don't realize how important that is. Like, they don't realize that, like, if you're gonna have a big dog like that, it needs to be trained. Like, you need to train it for you need to train it for things like that. Like, it needs to be trained. Like, it's fine, you want to own a big dog, but you need to prepare for... Thankfully, that guy had guns in his house, because, like, that dog was out for blood. It literally ate the woman's hand. So, like... And I'm usually not, like, the biggest on, like, guns, but, like... Grateful he had them in that situation. But, yeah, training is a big thing. Especially you got a big dog like that. Oof. You got to make sure you're trained for that. Also, you just got to think of so many more things. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, you need to think of things with small dogs too, but, like, if you're going to own a big dog like that, you need to make sure you're able to carry that dog. As ridiculous as that, it sounds, you need to make sure you're able to lift that dog up, because in the event of emergency and that dog collapses on the ground and it's just you around, like, you're gonna have to carry all that 200 pounds to the car. But like, Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Well, that's the thing. Like the mother, like, had thrown the kids in the like in a bed, one of the bedrooms, and like had said, "Don't move." Like the dog's going absolutely crazy. Like thankfully the kids were okay after that, but yeah, it was just a wild scenario. But yeah, yeah. Pretty much everything that we get from vet med has come from human medicine. So like a lot of the anesthetics, a lot of the medications we give, like you can translate that to human medicine and see where that comes from. So, um, as far as I know, they're doing okay. That was like, wow, like 3 or 4 years ago. Um, that we did have another similar instance where the dog, I think, actually ended up. I don't know if it was a big dog or not. This one I wasn't directly involved in, but we did have an instance where one of the dogs had actually murdered the owner, and then the husband or the partner, whoever was around, actually ended up putting the dog down. So was actually able to shoot the dog, and the dog actually didn't make it. So, but yeah, no, I'm telling you, I hear the wildest stories. Like, and a lot of them are gruesome. Like, a lot of them are very like they're not PG friendly at all. But it's wild. Like, I mean, and after, I hate to say, like, after all the stories I have heard, it really doesn't make me want to have pets. Like, I'm very burnt out from having pets most of my life, and then after seeing all this stuff at the clinic, I've seen too much. I think I've seen too much. Yes. Aw. That's so sad. Ugh. I'm sweating talking about this. Anyway, there we go. Yeah, it's rough. It is rough. But I've seen too many things. Like, it's at that point where it's like, you know how they say ignorance is bliss? That is 100% accurate, because like now I'm like, I've just seen too much. I have seen too much. I can't tell you. We had a couple of cases where the owner passed away. It was an old lady or an old man or whatever, and they rescued a couple of dogs and cats from the home after the owner had passed away. Like stuff you would see straight out of TV, and the animals ended up eating their owner, because so like then they were under quarantine because they had eaten human. So, and like you gotta be like, well, those poor animals were trying to survive without food for how many days? But yeah, no, human healthcare is just as wild and traumatic. When I was like sickly when I was younger, I experienced way too much of that too. I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just gonna not get involved with that. I will say the one thing I just didn't do on this one is I didn't put his whiskers in. Oh, that's so unlike me. That's what I'm missing here. But anyway, yes. Healthcare in general is like, oof. Yes. Yes. That is very accurate. That is very accurate. It's a little messed up. I'm telling you, like I've seen some really messed up things. I can't tell you how many animals we have to euthanize because they're nasty. And like they just can't they can't exist on this earth anymore, and like some of them do have like disorders that it's just like you're kind of doing the animal a justice by putting it to sleep, but that doesn't make it any easier half the time, but yeah. 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 Yup. Yup. People are rough. I will say the good news is I'm just gonna keep working on this. Try. Let's see if I can get another more like watery color before I do that. Yeah, I will say thankfully like animals will get nasty, like physically nasty, but they can't really talk to you about it. Like people will get nasty. Like they're just like people can be just absolutely wild. Um oh, there's a gouache blender. Wow. Um oh, here we go. People are like absolutely wild. They get nasty. Yeah, see exactly. Yeah, humans will do both. My sister used to work at a nursing home when she was a lot younger. She's like, yeah, she would never do that again, and that's why she pretty much ended up with the animals or stuck with the animals because she's like, that was absolutely horrible. That was horrific. She she was like, they could be really nasty, like, and that's part of the reason I won't do it because I can put up with the sass and attitude from animals. I don't know if I'd be able to do that from people. Like people would just absolutely do me in. Like I feed off of people's energy a lot. Like I am a human energy feeder. Like if you're upset, I'm gonna be upset, and vice versa. So like if people just start coming at me and they're upset, like it's not gonna end well. It's not gonna end well. There are very few times where I could like combat that and be like, yeah, I'm not going to react how you're reacting right now, and other times not so much. I'm very much an empath, so I absorb a lot of that energy, and then like yeah. So working directly with people, yeah, probably not the greatest idea for me. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I moved from being like a technician in the back at my clinic to being more of like a front desk person, so I deal with more people. Um, so I will say, and we'll blame Spicy Brain on this, but if somebody comes in super upset about their animal, they're like, oh, I have to put him to sleep, or like, oh, he bit me, I hate him, that stupid dog. I usually don't pick up on that. It's weird. Like I'm able to, you know, not absorb their energy quite as much. I will say, one of the technicians I used to work with, like, freaking 5 years ago, she went into stenography, like human stenography. And she's like, if you ever go into another field, she's like, that's the field to go into because you make a lot of money and you're only in there, like you could work with a third party. You could work with a third party, um, yeah, a third party. So like when you go in and do the ultrasounds or like x-rays or whatever, you go in, you take your pictures, you go out, and you don't have to socialize with people at all. Um, I could mostly deal with verbal too. I think I could shut it off enough, but yeah. Um, But she said that was like the ideal field to be in, because you make a decent amount of money. You don't have to deal too directly with people. Like, you can go in and out. But yeah, it's still a rough field to be in regardless. And I guess apparently you only need like your stenography certificate or whatever, so. But yeah. Yes, that's the thing. You see like a lot of sad stuff. Um and that's the thing, like animals are very forgiving in that way, and that if you look, like, don't get me wrong, animals know things. Like, they just know things. They're very smart. Um but like, I feel slightly less bad looking at an animal and sitting there and like saying, "Oh, you have cancer," or whatever, than doing that to a person. Because, like, I don't know, sometimes people crying gets me crying. Like, it's the empath in me or whatever. But I mean, I'd sit there and still cry with an animal. But yeah, well, that's the thing with me. Like, I need to be somewhat of service to people. Like, that's my thing. If you're if you're into astrology, my midheaven, which is what ideally I would do for a career, is in Virgo, I think. Yeah, I think it's in Virgo. And that just means that I'm destined for like careers working for people. So like healthcare is a big one. Psychology, or like being like a therapist or a psychologist, is another big one for those types of people. So like working for the greater good of people is typically what like I was meant to do. So yes. Oh, the midheaven thing. So in your I'm like a deep dive into astrology. Like, I deep dive into it. Like, it's not just like, a lot of people only know like their sun, moon, and rising sign, if that. No, there's like, dude, and then so when people say, "Nah, I'm nothing like my sun sign," you got to remember that your chart, your astrology chart, is made up of so many different aspects, like literally a list of aspects and conjuncts and what am I thinking? Conjuncts and a bunch of different aspects, basically, that make up who you are. So you're not just your sun sign. So like, you're not just a Taurus, you're not just a Libra, you're not just a Virgo. Like, it's way more complicated than that. So yeah. It's midheaven. It's your midheaven. That's basically your job. Typically, it's typically what you aspire to do in life. Your profession, usually. So mine says I'm a Virgo, and I'm destined for like the healthcare field, which is I would like to argue that and say that's not true at all, but it is 100% true. So I can't complain there. But yeah, yes, you do learn something new every day, 100%. I'm a big astrology buff, but yep, you do. I will say the only issue with that is you do need to know your exact date of birth, exact time, date of birth, and location. Yes. So a lot of people either like really love it or they really hate astrology, I swear. But it's interesting. So if you go through and you do your whole chart, I think Cafe Astrology is a great free one to put in your whole chart, and it'll bring up your whole chart. There are different aspects on your natal chart, your birth chart, that says certain things about you. So like, your sun sign is typically what you show to people and like who you present yourself as. When people get to know you better, they see more of your moon sign, which is like the hidden aspects of yourself. And your ascendant is usually what you aspire to be. So, or what usually that's your physical appearance and what you aspire to be. So, yes, well, exactly. I have kind of hit that point too in my life. I'm kind of tired of people just hating on other people for things that they're interested in. I'm also the type of person that like is really interested in that sort of thing. So like I'm interested in learning new things in general. So like for instance, I collected like a lot of belief systems. Exactly. Like it takes a lot of energy. So I like absorbing new information. That's just me. Whether I use it myself or I like it myself, that's a whole nother story. But I always take new things like that. I just think they're interesting. So I always like hearing about things like that, but yes. To some degree, like knowledge is power. You can go with the knowledge is power kind of a thing, but I'm just a curious lot, so. This is not what I thought this would look like, but working in this brush, but I like it. You can still find something you get curious about? Oh, okay. Same thing. Yours is in Scorpio. Interesting. See, I'm not super good at it to know exactly what that would entirely mean. But typically anything involving Scorpio is usually pretty mysterious. Usually that means it's something to do with mysterious. Scorpios tend to be very secretive, withdrawn, in a way. They kind of do their own thing. Aha, medicine. Yep, I told you, mysterious. Yes. Mm-hmm. That sounds about right. See? And now see, if you were to say like, okay, that's not me at all, I would sit there and tell you that you have an adjunct or a I keep saying adjunct, but there's something else, a conflict in your chart that would push you in the other direction. Like a certain constellation wasn't in the right spot, and that means that you would be conflicting with your midheaven, but I'm telling you, people don't give astrology as much credit as they should sometimes, because they instantly look at their sun sign and be like, that's not me at all. Or then they'll maybe look at their moon sign and be like, that's not me at all either. And then they'll look at their ascendant and they'll be like, that's not me either. It's the combination of things. Mind you, like astrology has been studied for like hundreds and hundreds of years. Like people use it back in the day. People used to base like parties and like freaking massive events around astrology, like based off where the freaking moon was in the sky at the time. Like it's a big thing. Like, and people don't entirely realize that, but I'm not saying everything's 100% accurate. Like I'm not going to sit there and bet my life on astrology in any way, but like it does make a massive difference. Yes, see? Yes. So there's probably something going to be that horrible analyzing person. There's probably something in your chart that would conflict with that in some way. That and I can't even tell you what exactly because I'm not that good at it, but something in there conflicts that you just are, you're just not compatible with that. Like there's something in there that probably is like, nah. So it's fascinating stuff. It's fascinating stuff for sure. When I found that stuff out, I did a massive deep dive for a while about like my own stuff, and I will say a lot of it makes sense. A lot of it I'm like, yeah, you know, like that's not really me. But then I will go and I'll look at my freaking conflicts in my chart and be like, oh yes, this makes sense now. Why that's not me. So it's all about how you look at things, really. But it's, yeah, I think extremes are harmful too. So I don't entirely bet like my entire existence off of anything, but I think it is like super fascinating to look into. Like it's just like I discovered a lot of stuff about myself, like studying astrology for a while. Interestingly enough. Exactly. Yes, exactly. I tend to avoid that. I don't like extremes in anything. I like to know my options and I like to explore my options. And it's like I don't like to get too much into like religion, but that's basically like my beliefs in regards to pretty much everything, like belief structures and stuff. I don't like to believe in one thing. I like to keep my options open to believe in other things too. So, and like the more I learn from other people, the more I like add to I consider it very eclectic, my eclectic belief system. I save a lot of room for people and their beliefs too. I don't try to force one thing or another. Like, and that's pretty much how I am in general, like as a person. I don't concrete focus on one thing ever, usually. I tend to be a fence sitter, unfortunately, about a lot of things. I'm a great mediator, but I will sit on the fence about a lot of things. I will try to see everything from all angles and like see what works best in the situation. So like I make a really great mediator. Sometimes that gets me in trouble because whoever I'm talking to is not looking for me to mediate the problem and conflict resolution the problem. They're just looking for a voice or somebody to talk to and to listen to the problems about. So that gets me in trouble a lot. Because I will try to mediate something that doesn't need to be mediated. Like an argument over, and sometimes it's not even over two friends. It's over, like I know my partner's friend was going through some stuff, and I opened my mouth to be a mediator, and that's not what he was looking for. He was definitely looking for somebody to just be like, yes, this is rough right now, like please take my side on this. And like that's just, I shoved my foot in my mouth and I was like, nah, I'm gonna try to mediate the problem and make you understand why this is happening right now. And that's not what people need all the time. Yes, yep, exactly. I completely agree with that statement. It's not as much as I love astrology, it's not definitive. Like you should never like base yourself definitively on one thing or another. Like you should always give space for other options, for other potentials, like so Yes, 100%. 100% agreed. Like, I forget what part of my chart says that I'm quite the mediator, but it is. It is, unfortunately. And I discovered this way later in life. I discovered astrology way later in life, so I can't even say I've centered my life around my astrological chart. It just, I happened to discover it later in life. I was like, wow, a lot of this makes sense. Like, exactly. They're more guidelines. It's not definitive rules, because you have to understand, like, especially in astrology, your life experiences are also going to make a massive difference. Like, how you were raised is also going to be a massive input in there. Like, if your chart says you're fairly independent, or if your chart says you're fairly codependent on people, but you were raised to be very independent, yes, you're going to have, like, conflicts there. Like, it's not going to make sense. So, yes, exactly. Yes, it's, people's free will is absolutely fascinating. And things do indeed change. Like, as time goes over, like, people can change. I personally, I believe people can change. And that has gotten me into more trouble than it's probably worth, believing that. But that's just me. That's just what I believe. I believe people can change. People aren't set in stone. Like, things can definitely change as time goes on. So, again, has gotten me in trouble, because some people in some situations just absolutely will not change. Like, I unfortunately learned that the hard way. I always try to see the good in people, and that has also gotten me in trouble a lot of times, because sometimes there are just people that there is no good in, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, not to be too sappy, but yes, yes, exactly. It's all about if they want to change or not. And I think for the longest time I forgot that part of it. Like, I was so focused on the fact that people can change, I didn't think about whether or not they actually wanted to change. Um, and that got me into a lot of trouble too, because, like, some people just, like, they don't want to change. Like, they don't feel the need to change. They don't know why they would need to change, and that's okay. I mean, it is what it is. But I also am very fond of the belief that as long as you're not hurting people, you're probably fine. Um, but yeah, yeah, 100% agree with that. Not everyone wants to change. As much as you might want them to change, they may not. They may never. And, you probably shouldn't. No one should probably ever really bet on that. Um, and as you get older, of course, you start to understand that more. I mean, like, I kind of knew that. I have a higher emotional intelligence than the average person my age, so, like, I kind of learned that a while ago. But yes, wanting is not the same thing as trying. People could want things, but they could absolutely not be trying for it too. Like, I hate the saying sometimes, but a lot of the times it is true. If they wanted to, they would. Sometimes they want to and they can't. So, like, it's a toss up. It's a very irritating, like, toss up gamble. Like, oh, if they wanted to, they would. Nah, not necessarily, but, like, at the same time, like, yes, maybe. So, I don't know. One of the things I, like, absolutely am fascinated by are people are very complex creatures. Like, one thing that works for somebody is not always going to work for somebody else. So, and you have to like keep in mind that everyone's their own unique individual. Like, just because it worked with one person doesn't mean it's going to work with another person. Like, just because you have experience in one thing doesn't mean you have experience in another. Or just because you have experience in one person doesn't mean you're experienced in another person. Kind of a deal. Yes. Yes. I was just talking about this to somebody the other day. Like, growth is very uncomfortable. So like, as I've been working through like a lot of my anxiety stuff, like I have to sit here and wonder, is this my anxiety or is this growth? Like, am I just growing? So like I have to like sit there and be like, okay, well, I'm uncomfortable right now, but is that a good thing or a bad thing? Like, because growing as a person is very uncomfortable. Like, learning to be a better person can be very uncomfortable. Like, you do learn an absolute lot from hardships, but you have to acknowledge like that's not always going to be like the most comfortable thing. Like, you might be miserable doing that. Kind's back. Kind of you gonna join in on our philosophical discussion? Kind is my favorite or I'm Kind's favorite Twitch streamer or something. I don't know. Yes, we're being philosophical. I'm your favorite person? Oh, okay. We were just discussing people and philosophy. The philosophy of people. I was going to go back and get my philosophy degree. I worked with somebody at my last job that had his degree in philosophy. And I was like, dude, what are you doing here? Mind you, I worked at the post office. So I was like, dude, what are you doing here? And this, like, what are you doing here? Like, you have your degree in philosophy. Like, please tell me. How is this benefiting you? Like, please share. Interesting guy, and kind of like added to our interesting workplace scenario. But yeah. Yes. Learning is one thing, but like what you choose to do with it is another thing entirely. That's kind of why I was always confused about him, because I was like, dude, like, you're so smart. Like, what are you doing here with us? Like, you could have done so much more with yourself. Like, that's kind of how I feel about myself sometimes, though. So that's maybe me mildly projecting. This is a strange week for me. So like, yeah, I got enough sleep. What am I usually doing this time on a Sunday? Been pretty busy recently, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm doing something tonight, so I have to be off by 5. 5? Yeah, 5. 5 gives me enough time. So like, maybe it's because I'm doing something tonight that I decided it was okay to stream this early. And I missed you guys, so like I really wanted to stream. Usually it would be a game stream, but we might just continue doing art tonight. I'm enjoying my art stream right now, discussing philosophy and stuff. Sucks is I always have a decent brain, but I never get to use it, so. Pocket League? You miss Pocket League? So, Kine, how's work? This is turning out to be a very interesting. To be a very interesting rendition of this. I didn't want to go that dark. I actually did miss you, Kine. That's why I started stream. What? Shut up? Excuse me? When you said dishwasher, I thought you meant the actual machine. So you're a dishwasher instead of waitress? I used to be, when I started at the camp that I worked at, almost 10 years ago, I see. I worked as a dishwasher. I started as a dishwasher, and then I went to like a baby sous chef, and then I went as a counselor, and then I went as leadership team for the counselors. But yeah, I started as a dishwasher. That, other than making like $12 an hour, I actually really enjoyed that job. I actually really enjoyed that job. All I had to do was like clean dishes and like throw them on the conveyor belt. Freaking one of the best jobs. It got a little hot in there. We had like 5 fans running at once, but let me tell you, it's a decent job. Decent job. Wish I made more money. Probably would have stayed, but I will say, thankfully we had meal times though at the camp. It wasn't like constant. So, afternoon stream, welcome, Possum. You still kind of smell. That was my problem with the place too. Like, no matter how many showers I had, I would always smell like the frickin' like dishwasher stuff. Like, hopefully you didn't have to clean out the grease trap. That was never fun. Welcome, Possum. We were being philosophical, and now we're discussing like horrible jobs. But yes, afternoon stream because I have stuff to do later, so I won't be on too long tonight, but I'm trying out some different techniques. Trying out some different art techniques. I'm enjoying artist life today. Also getting hungry. This sucks. How dare you be experienced at your job, Kine? Man, Spotify is hitting today, though. Got a lot of good bangers. Grease trap here? Oh, okay. Well, I guess you get lucky. Yeah. I had to shut down the dishwasher, and I had to, like, clean that trap. That was disgusting. Oh, you're on that Mic Wi-Fi again? Well, don't worry if you're on the Mic Wi-Fi, because I'm probably just going to do a chill art stream, sadly, today. I'm only gonna be on for another like hour. So, you want McFood right now? I kind of also want Mickey D's, but I can't really eat anything at Mickey D's, so I would take a Frosty and some fries is probably the only thing I could get away with, and even then I'm cheating. So I don't eat meat. I'm a vegetarian. So I could do the fries, but they technically are covered in lard, so I probably shouldn't even do the fries. Yes, it is snack time. I'm probably gonna have a snack when I get off the stream too. Yeah, I will occasionally eat seafood, but yes. I'll risk the fry situation and I'll do some fries and a shake usually. Do a fries and shake. I like my Shamrock shakes, but they have not made them right since like 2012. So their shake situation, their Shamrock shake situation has been awful. That's the thing. I kind of go the other way. I care less and less about meat as I get older. So I've been a vegetarian for like, it started when I worked at the camp, by the way. um so what's that, almost 10 years maybe. I was strict vegetarian for like 6 or 7 years, and then the past like 2 years I've lightened up to allow some seafood every once in a while. Welcome back. Yeah, they do make everything wrong now. That's the problem. That's the problem. They don't make it like they used to make it, and that makes me angry. It's just not like how it used to be. I could get one of those freaking Impossible burgers. Some of the McDonald's have those. I haven't found one yet that does, but that's usually why I go for Burger King, because I can get an Impossible Whopper. Whopper, Junior Double, Bacon Triple Whopper. Anyway. I like that song. Pescatarian, yeah. Technically I'm a pescatarian. I usually don't say pescatarian though, because people have no idea what pescatarian means. So that's the thing. I can't go without my cheese either. So I could never do vegan. I think I did vegan. I lie. I think I actually did vegan for like a week, 2 weeks, something like that. I did gluten-free for about a year. I tried the gluten-free diet. That kind of fixed my stomach, because I used to have a really bad stomach. It kind of fixed my stomach, and then at some point it just made it worse, so then I stopped doing the gluten-free stuff. But yes, so I did that for a while. I did paleo. I've tried pretty much all the diets you can try. I did paleo. Paleo was an experience and a half. I couldn't live without some kind of sugar. Yeah. I need some protein. That's the thing. I'm a bad vegetarian, so I had to move to like more pescatarian stuff because I was not getting enough protein. But like meat, red meat like genuinely like ruins my system. So like even I can tell when I'm eating the frickin' I'm not super strict about it. Like like I said, I'll eat the fries from fast food places, which is mostly covered in lard. They're usually fried in lard, which makes me sick thinking about it. But I will still eat them, but my body can tell when I am eating them. But that's usually where I draw the line at that. And I'll eat ketchup because ketchup has freaking ground up beetles in it. But fun fact. Pretty much. Lard is animal fat. Lard is animal fat. And like technically I'm not supposed to do freaking marshmallows because they have collagen in it, and collagen is pig's feet, but yeah. There's some things I will allow to break the code on, but those are pretty much it. You're too European. Well, that's the thing. Like a lot of places in Europe outlaw a lot of different food dyes and stuff. Like ketchup has red 40 in it over here, which is crushed up beetles. So like I'm kind of jealous because a lot of places in Europe are a lot healthier on their food restrictions. Like freaking I know California is kind of that way. Like they just won't produce certain things because they're freaking cancer warnings left and right. I was allergic to red 40 for the longest time too. Yes. Yep. Were you asking me, Possum? If they still use lard in the fryers here? I thought they did. They use something. It's not, maybe it's not lard, but it's something that has animal derived products or whatever that I'm not supposed to really be eating. Like, my stomach does not like it. I can tell. Even if you were trying to pull one over on me and accidentally feed me or intentionally feed me something that had, like, animal products, I would be able to tell. I would be able to flat out tell right away. Like, even when I do seafood every once in a while, my body's not, like, always super thrilled about it. It's like, what are you putting in me? For the longest time, I had so many problems with eating food. Like, I just had one too many, I wouldn't call them allergies because I wouldn't bust out into hives, but I had a lot of intolerances to things, like dairy. I couldn't tolerate dairy, anything. Really? They're vegetable oils or soy oil? Really? I was always told it was animal fat. You love sushi? Don't get me started on sushi. I haven't had sushi in so long. Why did you have to say sushi? I love sushi. Back in my day, they used animal fat in the fryers. It may have changed, but you watch it probably changed, and I just have no idea about it. No one informed me of this change. Anyway, yes, I love sushi. Sushi's amazing because you can do veggie sushi, and like, was it like mango cucumber is probably the best? Oh, they don't use, because of health risks. Oh, okay, good. 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 I am way behind on the on that then, which is good. I'm not offended by that in the slightest. Anyway, yes, now that you mentioned sushi kind, I am craving sushi and I'm just kind of a little irritated now. Because, like, I'm going out tonight, and there's probably not going to be sushi there. Yes. Yeah. Styrofoam thing? Yeah. People have changed their container habits. Where am I going? I'm going to the mall. I'm going to a mall that's, like, freaking almost an hour away from me. I'm going to meet up with my partner, kind. That's what I'm doing. Anyway. I'm gonna upset Kine here. I mean, I think they might have sushi in there. Sushi's great. Kind so upset. Kind so upset about that. Just find it funny every time. You're just shocked. Why? You think I was gonna be single for the rest of my life? Because I did. I definitely thought that. I am like one failed attempt at a relationship away from being a hermit, though. I will tell you that. If this doesn't work out, I'm probably never dating again. No pressure. No pressure if you're watching. I will literally freaking up and flee the country, I'm not gonna lie. Not entirely sure what I'm actually even still adding to this. Anyway, yes, I'm going to the mall tonight. I don't know what he's got planned, but we'll see. I'm along for the ride. I am along for the ride. It's interesting. It's not my usual style. That's why I'm like looking at it like I'm confused. It's well, I don't have many malls around near me, so I have to like drive like an hour to get there. Just casually. Somebody needed to clip that. Somebody needed to clip that. I'll have to. That stream is probably way gone by now, but I will find it one day and I'll clip it for you. Just so we have factual evidence that it was actually a thing. It is a thing. But yes. I'm like very rural where I am, so I have to like travel everywhere to get places. Kind of sucks. Yeah, you'll find it for me. Good job, Kind. Go, Kind, go. It's mostly pretty. So the one in like the next town over from me is absolutely completely abandoned. Like I think there's maybe like a Boscov's in it, I think, if I'm remembering right. And like something else. It used to be Hot and Poppin', and like now it's dead. And the one where I'm going is actually like the biggest mall, one of the biggest malls I've been to. It's actually really nice. There's a lot of stores in it. It's 3 floors, which is absolutely unheard of. Why did that get so dark? That didn't look that dark. Ew, why is it so vibrant? What's going on here? It has to be this brush. This is wild. This is wild. Anyway, yeah. Ooh, get him. Get him, Automod, get him. Yeah, there's like, you know, as a writer, and I'm definitely gonna have to like write up this story. Some of my favorite stories were like stories where people got trapped in stores together, and like I could just imagine like one of the things I find fascinating is abandoned malls too. I will finish that book when I want to finish that book. I actually don't even remember what book we're talking about. Was it the book that started out as a fan fiction? Is it that book? Wait, I actually don't remember what book we discussed. Oh, that one? Okay, yeah, so it is that one. Yeah, but would you believe that that started out as a fan fiction? And I slowly made it into my own book, my own story. Number of malls. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we don't have the population around here to hold up a mall like that. Even in the store that that mall started in, they just don't have the population, which kind of sucks. Also, income around here is fairly like low, so I blame that too. Over where this mall is, where I'm going tonight, my partner actually works over there, and income is a lot higher over there. I'm just putting that out there. Blaming on income. Like pay over in that area, since it's a slightly bigger city, is better from what I've noticed from doing some research. But anyway, yes, that book will be finished at one point. I haven't had any inspiration to work on it. So, anyway. So I've had a lot of other different story ideas though recently, so. Darken his eyes a little bit. Ooh. Got dark eyes. I don't know if I like this, See, now, because of the brush, I can't lighten some of this up. That's my problem with this, style. So. You're gonna head home now? Okay, bye. Bye. I'll see you later, Possum. If I'm still streaming, I'll see you later. 5 a.m. to play Rocket League. No. No 5 a.m. Rocket League. Not today, at least. I like how the eyes came out. At the very least. I like this. I like this art style comparison. This is nice. This is my favorite, though. I'm biased. Alright, we're going to work on this one for a little bit. Oh, it's already up. Just gonna... Jeez. Heezy wheezy. Wow, alright. This one's gonna be interesting to finish. You're beginning to see things. Kine, I promise you. I said a couple of weeks ago I was gonna get a new job where I was gonna be able to stream earlier in the day, and that's kind of true. I actually, I may or may not have people coming through on that job, so it's just taking them forever in a day, because but we'll see. We'll see. I would make enough money to work less hours to do this more. Fingers crossed. But okay, so I was working on getting this darker. You can't complain. All right, then. I would say that's almost a first. I'd say it's almost a first. Almost a first. Kind's not complaining. I will not complain then either, Kind. Don't test my luck. So this is fun fact. This is gonna be my channel banner when I'm done. I took a royalty-free image. Right now I have great. Good job. I have I don't actually even think I have a banner, but I was gonna do a profile. The next one will be a profile picture, but I have to decide what I want to do. The one I currently have up of the cat, ironically, supposed to be a Devon Rex, but whatever it is, Sphinx, whatever the heck hairless cat it is also a royalty-free image, so I could use it, but I want to start doing my own branding. So, which is me doing all my own artwork. As much as I would love to outsource to people, I kind of want to do some stuff myself. I am an artist. I feel obligated to do my own work. Yeah. Go girl. 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 Ooh. Go girly pop. Oh yeah. Go girly pop. I can do it. I can do it. You're right. I got this. I got this. I got this. I got this. I totally don't know what I'm doing. See, this part, there's always some part of each drawing that I'm not quite sure how to do, and this part in here would be it because of all the speckles. Because I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I was going to turn Pando back on. I completely forgot to turn Pando back on. Pando will be useful one day when I earn affiliate. Pando actually told me when people were following too, so. We'll have to hook Pando back up one of these days. Give me something to yell at for not working right. Panda was the highlight of my life. Doodly Doo was the highlight of my life. So Pando, I'll explain what Pando was. An extension that I can add to Twitch that it was like a little dog that sat in the corner. You could change the thing, but it was like a little dog that sat in the corner and announced when people were following me, and then every once in a while I would say it was hungry and that it was sleeping. And like it was a viewer engagement kind of a thing, like an extension thing. And it got really annoying because it didn't work right, because I need channel points and stuff like that, and I don't have any of that set up, because I think it's more of like an affiliate thing, at least, because I need to set up. I did monetize for Twitch, but I don't think that's enough. I think I need to be affiliate or something for him to fully work. I think he was announcing like followers and stuff like that and viewers, but he wasn't doing much else. I got channel points. Bits are enabled. Oh, so I did something right. Okay, this is good then. I could turn him back on. He should work then. I don't know if I could turn him on midstream. His thing over here actually. Ooh. I might crash stream doing this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Is he in here? He's not in here. No. Where is he? He used to be in here. Oh, there's this an astrology themed package. Nice. Panda, where are you? Pando? Pando? Hello? I'm gonna see if I can find him real quick. I'm gonna go, I need internet. Would be ideal. So then he should work in theory, because I think you had to feed him with bits or something. I don't remember what it was. I'm pretending like I know what I'm doing. That's the secret here. I didn't crash stream, right? Okay, yeah, good. Extensions. I mean, he's enabled. He's just not hanging around. Can I get the link? My eyes are so dry. My contacts are so dry right now. Ooh, dragons? Ooh. We can get a pet dragon, maybe. He's not here. Pando? Doodly Doo? Oh, there he is. Ah, I got it. There we go. Where is he? Yes. Ooh. Uh-oh. Guys, do you see him too? There's a dog on the screen. I have to move him. But I can't see anything. Go stumbling. He was over here before. Ah! That was right in my ear. Dude, why are you so loud? Pando, you're way too loud, dude. Oh my god. He's so loud. There's an axolotl. An axolotl. Well, technically I have the dog, because we do dogs usually. Pando. Don't ask me what his commands are. That I have never been able to figure out. So at least he's here now. He's enjoying stream with us. And that's all I got for you. I like how he's welcoming people twice. That's usually a great sign that he's working right. I can interact with him. Oh, okay. Anyway, he's set up now. I don't know why he's at half. Oh, uh-oh. There we go. I had gotten rid of him because he can be really annoying. Just, I'm warning you, but he can sit over there for right now. So I find a better spot for him. But no, I don't know how to work him. You're supposed to be able to feed him and stuff like that. Custom ones, yeah. His name is, yeah, because I flipped him. Okay, fine, I'll flip him back. Stumbling out, can I make him smaller? Does he really need, he doesn't need to be that big. Aggressively clicking. I actually don't need this open. There you go. That's a good spot for him. He could stay there. Yeah, I don't think you could do custom ones. That would be cool. I have to look at extensions and stuff like that. I'll look at extensions in the future. Now that a lot of them are actually going to work a little bit better because I enabled monetization. I'm going to go through and fill in some of these gaps now because I was working over the image before for the longest time to get some of the colors in. So once I took the image away from the background, I had some gappy gaps. This is probably one of the biggest pieces of digital art I've ever worked on. Usually my stuff is not this big. I usually do smaller stuff. So I'm hoping this is a good enough resolution size for a banner picture. If not, I might be a little upset. I see Cranky Me. I see Cranky Me. It's always interesting. Like that one stream I tried to start and I had all these technical difficulties and I just absolutely lost it. And I hadn't even started yet. That was fun. Mm, 1200 by 480. I think Nope. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is oversized, so this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. I know I was like looking at like doing emotes because I could do emotes now. I guess. So, or in the future I could do emotes. So I was looking into doing emotes and trying to decide what emotes I would want. Now I have to like start thinking about all this branding stuff. I didn't think I would get this far this quickly, so. I am so close to affiliate, it's infuriating. Because I had all the requirements, but I guess they only go within like a 30-day period or something like that, and they relapse. And so I lost my concurrent viewers, I think it was. Otherwise, I have all the other requirements. It's funny because I had all the requirements. I was just missing like literally 3 followers, and I was so freaking close. And then by the time I got the followers, I lost like the average viewers or something like that. I was like, no. Also, I'm trying to raid more. I say that, but the last couple of times I have not raided anyone. So if we could find somebody to raid after this, I would be forever grateful. Possum found me somebody the one time, and then I felt horrible because I raided them and my account's not verified. And I couldn't talk in chat and thank them for for taking all my viewers for me. So whoever we raid, you guys are going to be responsible for thanking them for me. The problem is apparently my phone number is connected to another one of my accounts, and I can't figure out which account. I thought I did, but it still won't let me verify my account. It'll let me freaking do a 2-step verification with the phone number. It just won't let me verify it with a duplicate number, I guess, or whatever. I was like, this is awkward. Embarrassing. And don't ask me entirely why I'm making a cat my channel banner. Just, I don't know. I like cats, but I guess it's showcasing my art. We'll go with that. I originally wanted to cross out his eyes or something. I'm not gonna lie. I originally wanted to cross out his eyes. It is my art. It is indeed my art. It's a little mildly random, but it is indeed my art. So it kind of makes sense. I have yet to decide what, yeah, so I was going to cross out his eyes because I was like, haha, that's the channel name, ain't doing right. Oh yeah, I don't think I mentioned this before, Fish, if you're still hanging around there. My channel name is based off of Vet Med. So like, it's ain't doing right is something we would write on patients' charts when we were taking care of animals. And typically, if they weren't doing right, they ain't doing right, and we would just put ADR on their charts instead of writing it all out or something. And then people would be like, so that animal's not doing good. And there's other acronyms and stuff we used, but considering I wasn't doing right when I made the channel, I was like, I'm just gonna put that down as my channel name. I can't tell you how many other funny channel names I've had. I just never started streaming on any of them because I chickened out before I was able to do it. Like the most recent one I think I had that I was going to start, it was called Kitty Cocktail. Because one of the sedation cocktails we give to animals is literally called a kitty cocktail. Talk about weird stuff to name my channel after. Ew, entirely. You're just sleepy? I feel that. The only reason I'm not asleep right now is because I have pumped myself so full of caffeine. And I slept like 12 hours last night, I think. Yeah, close to it. So I'm cruising for a crash out is what I'm saying. Just not right now. I usually do not have this much energy. I made a special trip to the grocery store last week because I was like, you know what? And I joke about this all the time, but half my personality is caffeine, and that's true. Like I just mildly feel more like myself when I'm on mass quantities of caffeine. So but I have to be careful about what caffeine I intake because it bothers my heart. And I feel like I'm about ready to have a heart attack. So so far, the only thing that hasn't done that to me is Alani. So I absolutely inhale Alani like nobody's business. Don't ask me how you check out the pet cafe. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how Panda works. I'm gonna be completely honest. But anyway, yes. So I live off Alani's. Oops, that was the wrong color. Excuse me, if you could hear that, excuse me. A lot of the stuff at Dunkin', because I absolutely love my Dunkin' Donuts, actually doesn't bother me either. It's weird. But like a Red Bull, a Celsius, that's going to take me out. That is absolutely going to put me on the ground. My poor little heart. My poor little heart. It's very sensitive, just like me. Yes. Oh, I will definitely 100% try to drink every energy drink that I come across. Without a fail. I will just inhale it. Because like I said, caffeine is just my entire personality. I'm just so boring without it half the time. At least it's not alcohol, I guess, but anyway. I will 100%, but recently I've had to be a little careful with what I'm drinking. Also, I have to be careful when I drink it because caffeine thins my blood out, and I already have a bleeding disorder, so I'm not as sickly as I used to be, but man, do I still have problems. All problems I can function with, thankfully, but you're doing great, sweetie. Mango Loco Pipeline Punch. Is that Red Bull flavors? You're doing great, sweetie. Monster. I will say, I have not. I don't think I've ever drinking Monster right from the can. I when I was out west, out in California, and I went to their Dunkin'. I was what? No, it wasn't California. That was Las Vegas. When I was in Las Vegas, the casino resort I was staying in, their Dunkin'. I went to their Dunkin', and first of all, their drinks are different sizes over there. I swear, but I got up one day, and I think it was my last day there, and I was gonna do a lot of driving, so I got myself a freaking the largest drink I could get, and it was some like over here on the East Coast they have their refreshers or whatever, and they have their stuff with energy drinks in it, but this one had a whole can of Monster in it, and it was like a really funny color, and it had like two types of energy drinks. I think one was a Monster, no, not Monster. I think it was Rockstar and something else, and the caffeine content was like 500 milligrams. Yes, I drank all of that. And yes, I survived. Booster? Interesting. I could tell you we probably definitely don't have that over here, but yeah, that drink absolutely sent me. That was the greatest thing I've ever had. It tasted really good, but I don't know if that had Monster or I think it was a Rockstar. I think there was a Rockstar in there. Yes. I'm forever trying like new things. I'm always pushing my limits. Like, what energy drink can I have that's not going to give me a heart attack? Because then if it gets my heart going, it's probably going to get my anxiety going. So like Alani's have been like the best thing for me as of recently. Like they don't bother me hardly at all, and they give me a nice caffeine kick. And I'm telling you, they do something to my personality. And they usually don't give me headaches. I think I'm having a headache right now from it, but that's because like I've been like chugging it and I've been talking. If I talk too much, sometimes I get a headache too. I will say it depends like what I'm doing, but I'm the type of person, and we're gonna blame spicy brain, but I'm the type of person that would chug an energy drink and then take a nap. Like but it depends what kind of energy drink, right? It's like with me and different types of alcohol too. Like depending upon what kind of alcohol I'm drinking will depend on my behavior for the next like couple hours. Like I act very differently when I drink wine compared to when I drink like vodka and tequila. So like that's the same thing with me and energy drinks. Like weirdly enough. Have you ever heard of that before? Like I usually get wild when I drink tequila, so Filling in this is going to be rough. I might as well just make a separate layer underneath this and color that in. See, it makes a difference. Save me some coloring. There you go. Makes a little difference. Still have to go over and fix some of it, but my eyes are drying out. Nice. Nice. Doodly doo, who are you saying hi to? Who are you saying hi to? Anyway. Yes. My favorite is Alani, and I've only been able to get them once. And I think that was when I was down in where was that? Was that at a Buc-ee's? I don't remember exactly where it was. It was down south somewhere when I was on my down south trip. And freaking love Buc-ee's. Shout out to Buc-ee's. I have to drive 4 hours to the nearest Buc-ee's. I'm so disappointed by that. Anyway, I got mini Alani's. And I thought that was the greatest thing in the world because they were literally half-sized Alani's. So they only had 100 milligrams of caffeine in them. And I was like, man, this is great. And that was like towards the beginning of my trip. I think I came home and I only had like, mind you, I think that was actually a 12-pack of tiny 6-ounce, 5-ounce Alani's. And I came back and I think I only had 4 or 5 left, and I was so disappointed. I freaking love Buc-ee's. You know what I'm talking about now. Alani Nani. Alani Nani. My Alani Nani. Sponsor me, Alani. Anyway. You watch. We're gonna find out they're more cancerous than Celsius. It's another energy drink. But yes, oh my god, I love Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's was awesome. Buc-ee's had it was a gas station. It had hot food there. Oh my god, I can rant about Buc-ee's forever. I loved Buc-ee's. It was awesome. They had hot food. It was a gas station. It's a massive gas station, actually. The thing was ginormous. They were actually hiring. I was threatening people that I wasn't going to come back to up north. I wasn't going to come home because freaking Buc-ee's was hiring, and I just thought it was a great atmosphere. It's like, yeah, I'm going to stay down in Sayreville? So that's Tennessee? Sayreville? I was at the most famous one. I consider it the most famous one, but yeah. Sayreville, I want to say that's Tennessee. And I was like, yep, I'm going to stay down in Tennessee. I absolutely love me my Buc-ee's. People make fun of Buc-ee's all the time, but oh man, it's awesome. Bucky Barnes. Nice. Yes, it's super popular on the internet, and it's funny because I had watched a video about it like years prior, and then I accidentally, I think it was on TikTok or whatever, and then I accidentally ran into one on my trip and I wasn't even planning it, and then it turned out to be like the most famous one. Oh, it was awesome. Freaking love Buc-ee's. I'm obsessed with them. They had Buc-ee gas station. It's spelt weird. It's B-U-C whatever that is hyphen E-E-S. Oh, it was nice to meet you, Fish. Thank you. Thank you for joining. We had some nice conversations, so you go take a break. I'm finishing up here soon anyway, so goodbye. Thank you. Oh, Panda, why are you doing it twice? Don't make me reset you. Welcome, Possum. I'm gonna wrap up here shortly, but welcome. You've Mick returned. Jeez. I'm like playing with my thumbnail. I broke off my entire thumbnail. It's making me sad. It's distracting me. It's making me sad. We were talking about Buc-ee's. I know you don't have a Buc-ee's up there. I know. I looked when I was up there. I was like, ooh, another road trip, another chance for Buc-ee's. There's none up north. There's none up here by me. And there's definitely none up north. I was so disappointed. The Buc-ee's. The Buc-ee's. I'm so sad. Definitely, yeah. It can't get more American. I kind of agree with you on that, and I don't know why I agree with that, but yes. It definitely cannot get more American. I absolutely love that store. It's the greatest thing ever. Yes, I know. I was up there. A little mildly disappointed. Or at least I think I was up in your area. But yes. Yeah, I saw a lot of things. It's funny traveling the US, like it's weird. Like even just like a couple hours west of where I am, like things are entirely different. Like when I was out west in California, like that was freaking wild. That was absolutely insane. When I was down south, that was also different. I was rather impressed that it was so different. I was like, what do you mean things are... I don't know how to do that, so... I don't know if that's set up. I don't know how to set that up. Panda's just making stuff up now. Oh, there we go. Like I'm missing stuff up here. Buc-ee's was great. I got some glazed almonds. Were they almonds? Did I get the almonds? Glazed almonds? No, I didn't get the almonds. I got the pecans, I think. Oh, best freaking thing I've ever had in my life. Yes. Yes. Like it's so wild. Carl's Jr. Carl's Jr. I think I have... Did I actually... Yes, I think I ended up going to one of those when I was Down south? I think they were down south. But yes, it's so wild. Like, you travel, like, I don't know, literally only a couple hours, and it's so different. Like, New York is just absolutely wild, too. Like, it's so different from here, and I'm just the next state over. Like, absolute insanity. Absolutely wild. Somebody that you used to know. French on it? It's French on it. It's so American, the signs in the store are in English. What? What? Yeah, go on and on about why you think Buc-ee's is so American. I want to know this. Starting with what you mean by all the stores in the store are actually, or all the signs in the store are actually in English. Isn't that all the stores in America? I'm sorry. I will say I wish Europe does it a lot, but I wish our freaking the signs on like our store signs, like on stuff in the store, actually included tax on it. But no, tax is added at the end, and it confuses everyone when they're actually buying stuff. Like, it's ridiculous. But anyway, yes, preach kind about how American Buc-ee's is. Please enlighten me, because now I'm curious. I can see you typing stuff, but I have to finish this line. Oh, in the Carl's Jr.? Oh, okay. What? Fast food places. Oh, you mean there. Okay. In the Carl's Jr. there, everything's American. Okay, this makes sense. I thought you were still talking about Buc-ee's. Yeah, taxes never added to prices. That annoys me. Yeah, I don't know. Americans are scam artists. I don't know. Spies at the cash. Yeah. Yep. Could die. Ooh, now I could die. Sleeping for the days now. Tax at the cash is lower than ours. 13% at cash here. I think so. Yes, I think tax in my state. I think it's like 7%, if I remember right. If it's still the same as it was like 10 years ago, yeah, it's 7% or something like that. I think. Sales tax. If we're talking about sales tax, yeah, I think it's like 70% here. 7. Walmart, Target. Oh. Question is Walmart or Target? I'm biased to Target. Yes. Yeah, my prices are lower here for the most part, yeah. Delaware, nothing beats Delaware apparently for taxes and stuff like that. Shut up, Panda. We haven't figured out how to feed you. I'm watching my time. Places to go, people to see. Places to go, people to see. Costco. Do you know I've never been in a Costco? I've never been in a Costco before. There you go. That's the color I wanted. Never been in a Costco before. And I actually think I have one, not close to me, but around here, like in, definitely not in my state, I don't think, or at least not around here, but yeah, anyway. We have a Sam's Club. I don't think I've been in a Sam's Club though either. Oh, my eyes. That's a cute Beatles song. Really? Oreo flavors? Yes! Dude, I haven't had Oreos in so long. Oreos are actually vegan, by the way. Really? Target went under? Wow, okay. I'm surprised. Target and Walmart here probably do the best, to my knowledge. You know what just went out of business around here? Rite Aid. It's a drugstore or pharmacy. But that's something I never thought would go out of business. Like, and all of them went out of business too. I was so surprised. I was like, are you kidding me? Because I thought the one was closing in my town, and then it turns out all the other ones are closing too. It's true. We don't have, okay, where I am anyway, we don't have a mall that has, there's food courts in the mall, like they have different food stands, but there's no supermarket. There's no like food shopping in the malls around here, or at least around me anyway. There's none. And that drives me insane. Like, it's mostly like clothes and stuff. It's not like food shopping at all. It doesn't make any sense. It's part of the reasons I loved Buc-ee's, because Buc-ee's had, like, it was a gas station and it was like a decent sized store inside, and I don't have that up here. Like, I have a Quick Check, which is kind of like a store, but it's not as good as Buc-ee's by far. You have that there? You have a supermarket inside your malls? It's messed up. That is messed up. That's crazy. I don't have that here. I don't have that here at all. Yeah, you usually have to go somewhere separate around here to get a food, get your food shopping in. Like, you can't go to the same place. You have to go to, like, 2 separate places. And that's just infuriating for me. A whole store for alcohol? Yes. And around me, they're not big stores, but yes, we have a whole separate store for alcohol. Where now, okay, so where I live, alcohol's not sold in stores. I think Giant has an alcohol section, but it's not sold in your average supermarket. It's separate. Yeah, they keep them separate. A lot of places like down south in America will have alcohol in their stores, like in like a Walmart or a Target. It's or like a ShopRite or wherever you got. But that is pretty small and not a lot of variety. But yeah, here um we do not have, like, I know, yeah, down south they have a lot of stores that sell alcohol in the same store as a fruit supermarket, but no. Where I am, they have their own separate stores. You have to go to a separate. It's like a liquor store. You got to go to the liquor store. So again, you can't do your food shopping and then just decide you're gonna get a bunch of alcohol. A wine corner. There's like one store around here that has something like that. Over by me, there's only one store chain, and it's called a Giant, that has liquor in the store that I know of anyway. Yes. Yeah, well, we have liquor stores where I am. So like you'd basically get like your um cigarettes and liquor in one different store. Because they typically, and your lottery tickets too, they typically all keep that in like a separate store. Maybe they'll have it all in a gas station together, but Liquor Control Board of Ontario. Oh. See, that I have never heard of. I didn't think he was that far north. I thought he was still in America, but you betcha. No wonder he's so nice. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that dark. See, I thought he was still in Maine, but... Canada would make sense. Quebec. Crazy. Yeah, that's pretty much all I remember from French, too. I also started learning it, and I don't remember why. I don't remember why I started learning it. I wanted something to... I had been learning German. Shut up, Pando. I'd been learning German for a while, and I think I got tired of German. I was like, you know what? I want to learn French. And I got pretty far in French, but I don't have anyone to speak French with, so I gave it up at some point. I was like, yeah, I'm done with that. Is my alarm going to go off here in a minute? Yeah. I got a decent amount done this stream. Wow. Ooh, Possum, do you have anyone I could raid? By the way, you're good at finding people to raid. I feel like I've been slacking on that the past couple of streams. You don't know much either. I could be further north than you. Definitely not. Oh, Kine? Yeah, Kine's definitely further north than you. So I'm definitely going to want to raid somebody. That worked out really good last time, except, yeah. I'm definitely not further north than you. You're further north. Anyway. What was I gonna say? I blacked out. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh, it was, when I raided last time I wasn't verified, so whoever we're gonna raid... Excuse me? Don't use geography against me. You're gonna use geography against me. Say something. Say something. Oh, whoever I raided last time, I felt really bad. Apparently I'm not verified. So whoever we raid this time, if somebody could thank them for me, because if it's another verified only chat, I'm not going to be able to, I'm not going to be able to say anything. So, I did not get that sorted out last time like I was hoping to. Mildly embarrassed. But my number is... I can apparently use two-factor authentication with my number, but I can't verify my account with the number because it's on another account. I don't know which account, and it's giving me a hard time, so anyway. South in Canada, Oh, you have a raid? Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do I still have Discord up? Hold on, let me get Discord up. I do not have Discord up. Discord. That's cute. Oh, what's going on here? What's going on in the Discord? You're sending me on how to. Oh, okay. Thanks, Possum. How come this person sounds familiar? All right, we will pixel art. I love pixel art. Oh, I want to watch somebody who does pixel art, but I'm going somewhere. Oh man. Okay. All right. I'm gonna save this real quick. So far, so good. I think we made some progress. Yeah, there goes my alarm. All right. Orville Peck, you're gonna have to wait until next time. Anyway, all right. Let's get this show on the road here. Whoever is gonna stick around for hopefully it's just not. She streams a lot. Oh, okay, good. I like that. Compared to me, yes. I like that. Okay. We're gonna hope she is it space? Yeah, pixel. If she doesn't have verified only chat, I will thank her, but she is verified only. Make sure you guys are nice. Make sure you guys say hi. make sure you guys thank her for me. Don't think she does? Oh, okay. You're always nice? Okay. Well, you guys behave, all right? I'm going to send you over to her. Hopefully it transfers over. I'll stick around for a couple of minutes. I'm going to keep an eye on you guys. You followed a lot of people before you were verified? Yeah, if I could figure out my whole phone number situation, yeah. I think I followed the last one too, so I'll definitely follow her, but okay. Next stream Tuesday night? Tuesday night. Tuesday night or Wednesday night will be next stream. Will we do game night? We might do game night. We might do game night on an off night. We'll see. I was just very inspired to make art today, so I wanted to do art. But yes. All right. Gonna wrap this up. I have places to be. I have some fun and exciting stuff to do. So, but I appreciate you guys joining me. I will get affiliate soon. I get more average viewers anyway. But we got a lot done. We met some new people, had some philosophical discussions. Okay, anyway. I wish you guys a nice rest of your day, and thank you for joining me. Man, this is the best outro I've ever done. Please wish the next person some love too. And I will see you guys. I can't even say goodnight, but I'll see you guys when I see you guys. Okay? Little Irish goodbye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Have funsies. You guys have funsies too. Goodbye. Goodbye. Raid. Who's a good boy?